Hey, Shalom Doooovid, back for Week in Review. God bless. Hope everything's going well tonight. Happy Log Omer. So tonight, uh, last night was the 33 night of the Omer, the Halila of Yom Yishtalchish of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, important day in the history of Judaism, Kabbalah. Um, Unfortunately, this year I didn't do anything at all to celebrate it. I went last night down to the Gaza encampment at Wayne State University. First one sprung up in Detroit just this week. But it was really a time to chant, and I'm not sure to be happy. It's somewhat like a celebration, but an important day in the history of Judaism. So just mention that. So, last week I started talking about the multifactorial approach to giftedness, to expertise, where you see, historically, I just been looking at expertise mostly from a practical thematic level, like cognitive architectures, and being a reverse anthropomorphization of computer science, and a lot of that is purely based on mechanistic approaches for how cognitive features work, and then the theories of expertise from beginner to mastery as a form of mechanistic acquirement of skills. However, reality is most people associate skills with genetic and inborn talent. And how do you factor that in? And different models, and what does it mean to be gifted, talented? We have IQ tests and things like that, or to have genetic talent. And actually, a lot of these things are a mystery because they're all dependent on the hard problem of consciousness and the mind. And then to say that certain minds have innate pre-programmed abilities that make it easier to acquire expertise. However, there's significant evidence that there are genetic and heritable factors, and there's a whole bunch of factors, and so you have multifactorial approaches. And there's also factors like parent coaching, uh, supportive, nurturative environments, and those all vary in degree of the effect they have on the acquirement of expertise, with the main thing largely being Erickson's deliberate practice. So last week we read a little bit about that, of critique on Erickson, and showing that genetic factors are extremely important in a way to measure that, and then the multifactorial approach, saying, well, really all of the above, all of these are important factors, and all these factors vary in importance over time and change, not just among people, but among a single person. So a given person, the factors that change expertise will change over time. So that's the most important current state of research for these fields, is the multifactorial approach. So this week we'll do a little deeper, further dive into it, and you will look fully at this paper, an important researcher, Simonton, and let me see if I could grab a screenshot of this. So we'll look at Simonton's paper, Talent in Its Development, an Emergent and Epigenetic Model, by Dean Keith Simonton. And we'll look at Rethinking Giftedness and Gifted Education, a proposal directed forward based on psychological science. And these are both long articles. And I'll pop on the screen share already. So we'll look at these two articles, and both of them are pretty long. I don't have that much reading on Israel-Palestine this week. So we'll jump straight in, I'll talk a little bit about the Gaza encampment, the situation with the war. Yeah, I mean, Dave Douglas, God forbid, John Mearsheimer mentioned his big speech last week, over 1 million views on YouTube. There cannot be an exit strategy. This is because the strategy is ethnic cleansing. God forbid. And it's saying, well, yeah, but unfortunately, I would call already what's happening a genocide. And the more and more likely that as the ethnic cleansing fails, they'll move into genocide. And like the reason I went down to the Wayne State encampment was the fear that, I mean, God forbid, it's disaster of disaster already, but that it could get much worse, and there would be hundreds and thousands of dead over the next few months or year. I'm not sure who Shavira was. So they actually had, I'll talk about it in a minute, but they had, so let me just, so they had this Palestinian youth conference in Metro Detroit, and over 3,000 people around the nation were there. So there were probably like 200 people there each. I went Thursday night and Saturday night. I'm not sure if I've heard of Shaviro. So, I mean, I definitely didn't see him by name. To look that up if I recognize his face. I mean, it was mostly Palestinian Arab students, and there was a handful. There was many people from around the country who were. I don't remember seeing him there. I think maybe you've mentioned him before. I have some familiarity, but I don't think he was there. But because there was this national conference on Palestinians in Metro Detroit with thousands of people, there were probably like 50 people from around the country there. In fact, the Notori Karta Rabbi David Feldman from Muncie was there, and he spoke, and I actually drove him back to the hotel, and we spoke a few minutes. I drove him back to the hotel, and I saw pictures. Michael Pellet stopped by the encampment, Medea Benjamin, although I didn't meet any like famous people or relatively in the Palestinian activism, although a lot of them did stop by the encampment. So let me just mention, I almost read that New York Times article the other week because I've been mentioning the phenomenon of Taylor Swift, and so Rick Beato did a video on and New York Times says Taylor Swift is bigger than the Beatles, and it used certain metrics and measurements. And I read the article, I put it aside. I'm not sure if I showed it last week, but I wasn't going to read it through it and go through the chart. And Rick Beato was mentioned. Okay, like in certain numbers, maybe Taylor Swift is as big as any other recording artist in the history of the world. Like record sales, tour dates, hit singles, so on and so on. But like relatively, Taylor Swift is created. So I think the statement, one of these things they had here, Taylor Swift is changing her content for the algorithm of pop music. So like basically, like Taylor Swift is like a self-promoting e-celebrity more than a musician. And so people write music for her that is meant to be popular. So the marketing analyst and the trends, the biggest hit makers in the business, write songs. So if you look at like the Beatles top number ones, all those were written by the Beatles themselves. Originals, mostly written by Paul McCartney and John Lennon, as opposed to Taylor Swift. None of her number one songs were written by herself, and they were written by, I forget how many she has, but like if she has 10 number one hits, they were written by 10 different people, and they were all written by, so to say, regular hit makers in the market that wrote hits for her. And then if you analyze the music, they're not really musically sophisticated. They're greatly produced and various things. So Rick Beato was kind of saying what I was thinking, that God forbid, and then question like New York Times, why does the New York Times promote Taylor Swift? You read all the time, like the New York Times is constantly writing articles about Taylor Swift, and they're usually positive. So if you look like Elon Musk, The New York Times is constantly writing articles about Elon Musk, and they're always negative. The recently, the article Elon Musk in the Times, like how bad it is to live in his, SpaceX community, and but for 5 years now, probably a large reason why Elon Musk bought Twitter is because every single article ever written about him is negative. So every single article written about Taylor Swift to the mainstream media is almost always positive. And my guess would be, I mentioned last week, one of the things I'm constantly mentioning is the power of private equity, and so private equity largely owns Taylor Swift. I mean, for a period of time, George Soros actually owned Taylor Swift, and then like the Scooter Braun. But my guess would be that the private equity that owns and it's profiting from Taylor Swift is also the private equity behind mainstream media. So it's kind of like a collective deal where they hype her up and give her good press because they're making money off of it. So interesting view. And I have to mention, like, the protest at Wayne State was well funded. So yeah, God forbid, I'm not so familiar. I don't think he was there. I mean, he might be affiliated, but I don't know if he's a pro-Palestinian activist like that. I didn't see. If he was there, I didn't see him of note. And I mean, I'll talk about the encampment in a minute. And I'm not sure that there's. I mean, there was a lot of like people bringing food. They had electricity and tents and a medic, but I would say they're more, God forbid, grassroots, and that's why they keep on popping up in I mean, it's not like Black Lives Matters, where Black Lives Matters had the you basically the support of most of the mainstream. So like the mainstream media, corporations, to a certain point, like basically everyone got behind Black Lives Matters of mainstream power figures. And I would say like the Palestinian protest encampments, almost all of the mainstream is against it. The media, corporations, like if you remember like Black Lives Matter or Pride or something like that, you don't see like corporations, like putting their thing to a Palestinian flag, or the media promoting these protests. And even like we were under lockdown then, and Dr. Fauci and making special medical exemptions to protest. So I would say these pro-Palestinian protests have actually been largely tried to clamp down by almost all figures of power. However, yeah, I mean, certainly there are financing figures, and George Soros is one of them. It's possible, but I think it's more the Muslim and Arab community crowdsourcing the resources, and I don't think they're that expensive. Even if like the tents or the various things, it's probably not that expensive and mostly crowdsourced through the Arab community. Okay, so this week I finally resumed my Metaphysics series, and hopefully starting soon, probably not this Wednesday, but I'm going to continue in my Portraits of Metaphysics series, and the next one will be American Pragmatism, and we'll be looking at George Saunders Peirce, William James, John Dewey, and those are kind of like the triad of the founders of American Pragmatism, and also look at Richard Rorty and George Herbert Mead. So I started, the most important of the American pragmatists, Charles Saunders Peirce, and then from the psychological school, George Herbert Mead and William James, and John Dewey, who was in education, and Richard Rorty, who was more recent. So felt good to be back in these theories. And I guess with the war going on and the lack of positive feedback, my God forbid, my numbers are kind of at pre-war lows. Like, before the war had picked up, my numbers had been, God forbid, on all-time lows. And then I had a boom for the war going on a little bit. And, my war boom is over. So, but I got to keep up with the research. So I did the Indian metaphysics and epistemology, and it was pretty long, and I hadn't been streaming it for a while, and I was doing some gardening, and I don't know, I had allergies or something, a little runny nose or some form of minor allergy, sinuses from the change in season. So I just couldn't read for like 7-8 hours. Um, but so I did 5 hours. I did Indian metaphysics and epistemology. We looked at perceptual experience and concepts and analytical philosophy. A lot of it's very technical. And you mentioned, Vedic metaphysics is extremely important, especially, for metaphysics. And even when you think metaphysics these days, to some extent, the main thing you're thinking is Indian, Eastern, because Western metaphysics has died out. And you want to return to pragmatism. We talked about the Vienna Circle and saying, well, the Vienna Circle was very important in the philosophy of science, but American philosophy is basically dominated by pragmatism as opposed to European idealism. And European idealism was largely died out, and it died out in favor. I mean, there's some still European idealists, however, even the British empiricists, but what has taken over is American pragmatism. And American pragmatism, even the Vienna Circle, that had the scientific realism, logical positivism, largely combined forces with American pragmatism. So the only thing that really today that's popular that is deeply metaphysical is Vedic Indian religion. And I mean, Claire's saying, like, I mean, there's a reason why metaphysics is so popular among Indians and Hindus. She's saying just because idolatry and it's related to it. But, like, no, I think metaphysics is extremely important for any system of thinking, including science, atheism, nihilism. When we looked a little bit like at the Chinese and the Buddhist stuff, you see that nihilism is also a school of metaphysics. But so I covered the basis of it, and hopefully we'll return to it more. And I also looked at Chinese metaphysics. And Chinese, like even the panel on the Stanford Encyclopedia question on Chinese metaphysics, started with, is there even such a thing as Chinese metaphysics? So, this question of Chinese metaphysics is, because, China, Confucianism, you have these principles of harmony and benevolence. And, like Claire had mentioned, like the influence of Chinese metaphysics, not much talked about, but like, if you look at, because I was mentioning when I opened up the stream on Chinese metaphysics, first principles, there's many important concepts that require first principles, like the nature of cause and effect, categories, hierarchies, that basically any system of thought needs, and you have to take an approach on these issues. So from the multiple truth hypothesis, you're going to have to take a certain approach on these metaphysical issues. And there's a range of options of the metaphysical options you could have. So within a system, something like Vedic, Buddhist, Jainist, Hindu, and within the school of Hinduism, there's a flavor, like a range, boundary conditions of the schools that you could take. Hey, Tinkle, good to see you. There's a range of positions you could take, and then that gives you a flavor of a system. And so Indian, Hindu, Vedic, even if you want to include Jain and Buddhist, metaphysics fall within a certain range of the possibilities. And then the Chinese also, certain positions, like what are the nature of first principles of hierarchies, of cause and effect, of perception. So I mentioned one of the most important thing about Vedic metaphysics and why it's so important and even popular today, with like the higher problem of consciousness, is because Vedic metaphysics has an extreme focus on perception, sense perception, external reality, being mediated by the mind. And so that's why I like Vedic metaphysics. Although Chinese metaphysics is extremely interesting too. And even to call it, anti-metaphysical even, or nihilism to a certain extent. So, I went through that also, and some of it's, pretty interesting, important research. So, put it out there. And, the anthropological approach, like, the nihilist, secular, evolutionary approach is group metaphysics. And we talk about the war in Israel. God forbid, we're going to talk more about group strategy and predictive processing. But if you want to say, like, well, Chinese metaphysics is a group strategy, and the nature of the group strategy is largely located in environmental, historical context. So the reason why Indians or Chinese or Jews or Muslims or Westerns, Christians adapt a group strategy is because it works and it was adapted and evolved over time. So looking at these systems, the Eastern thought was pretty enlightening. And so, hopefully you'll be a good drive to push the metaphysics series further. So let's turn to the war in Israel. And, I don't have the articles to read this week, but, Henry Abramson did a new video on the rise of anti-Semitism in the U.S. after October 7th. And he, as I mentioned, even one of my beginning streams on anti-Semitism, I quoted Henry Abramson and like the scholars of the 4 periods of anti-Semitism. And he goes through the statistics and the belief patterns and, the ancient classical xenophobia, Christian anti-Judaism, medieval Jew hatred, largely focusing on Christianity, and then modern racial anti-Semitism. And more recently, have been developing before October 7th, but after October 7th, with the supposed mass rise of anti-Semitism now, that you're seeing a new form of anti-Zionism, as like a new form of anti-Semitism that's a different morphology. And I also saw Ari Shevit, the guy I did that stream with Adam Green the last time we streamed about his comedy act, and he was on the Howie Mandel podcast, and he was claiming that he doesn't believe in the rise of the new anti-Semitism, that like it's all online and IRL, that anti-Semitism really hasn't changed or risen in the U.S. And he might be right, because like, I still walk around as an Orthodox Jew, and I'm not so sure that, anyone's been treating me worse or called me out in public. And even in like, Wayne State, like I walked into the encampment and I was just like, I'm an anti-Zionist Jew. And even the people I didn't say, like no one said a word about me being Jewish, even at like the Wayne State encampment. And, even like to some extent, like I said, it was Jewish. A few people were maybe even nicer to me. But so Ari Shavit on Howie Mandel was mentioning that. But, the importance of group strategy, like none of the scholars mention a rune. God bless, always good to see you. So none of the scholars mention the obvious of what, Kevin McDonald is group strategy, and that anti-Semitism is a source of group conflict. So almost all of the scholars of anti-Semitism just say like it's this irrational conspiratorial hatred that people, it's like a disease that people, a virus that people get infected with. And other than that, there's no reason for it. And even if like, okay, we're in a time of war, and like you mentioned Rabbi Feldman speaking at Wayne State, even like, okay, Israel's, God forbid, committing genocide, American Jews are supporting it, are pressuring the American government to support it, making everybody complicit in it. However, God forbid that the rising anti-Semitism is just like this conspiratorial virus that people are getting infected with, as opposed to saying like, no, anti-Semitism is a natural form of group conflict, and groups are always in conflict. You think individuals are always in conflict, struggle over resources, struggle over power. Groups are always in conflict. And anti-Semitism is simply group conflict. And if there's rising anti-Semitism, the source of that is rising group conflict. And that would be Jewish group interest being counter to the interest of other groups, and other groups responding to this group conflict by increased anti-Semitism. And even this question like, well, it's just hatred. Hatred is a natural emotion. So people like say, oh, like it's racism, it's hatred. Well, hatred is natural. It's just like anger. Like, is it evil to get angry? You could say like, okay, anger is evil, but like anger is a natural human emotion that a refined, civilized person learns to control their anger. It would be the same for hatred. So if you say, well, anti-Semitism in form, is it a hatred? And it's just a sign of bad character. So a person has even rational hatred, it's still bad character, versus group conflict, where a person say, okay, like, like, thank God I don't hate anybody. I'm not in conflict with anybody. Certainly there's struggles, and I'm going to be a conflict of interest. I don't have direct conflict with anybody in the world right now, thank God. I mean, there might be people who feel that they're in conflict with me, but I don't even know, like, I don't even have regular currents. Like the last time I had conflict was like Halsey or something like that. Mostly fellow Jews that were mostly admonishing me. But even that, like, it was more just them expressing disagreement with my opinion, and expressing to anybody listening to me that they fully disagree with me. And if anyone listening to me thinks that what I'm saying is representative of Judaism, that they shouldn't think that. Which, but just say, okay, but I still have conflict of interest, because there is a struggle for resources, and there is a struggle for power. And I don't really even have any power. So she's like, okay, I'm streaming, and thank God, I got a minion. I got 12 people watching. I appreciate it, watching in the chat. Is they will struggle that someone else could, say like, why are you watching Doooovid? And so if someone's in conflict, well, why are you watching me right now? And if you're saying, well, I don't like that you're watching Doooovid because Doooovid is saying things that I disagree with, and I don't want these ideas getting out there. Or you just think, well, I think Doooovid's boring, and I'm wondering why you think this guy's interesting. Or you're just conflict. Like, I'm trying to promote and build myself up, and I would rather have you watching me and my content. So just basic competition, struggle for resources. So with the decline of America, Jews have a lot of power and resources. So rising group conflict, especially seen with like, the foreign policy. And so that's my approach on anti-Semitism. I've always mentioned it seems largely unimportant. But you check out Henry Abramson, and for the scholarly level, a lot of scholars are agreeing that like this fifth form, from ancient xenophobia to Christian anti-Semitism to medieval anti-Semitism to racial anti-Semitism, that anti-Zionism is like a new mutated fifth form. Okay, Glenn Greenwald and Alan Dershowitz had a debate at the Soho Forum, on whether the U.S. should go to war with Iran, bomb Iran, and Dershowitz giving the hardline Zionist position that they need to do a regime change in Iran, not just because it's good for Israel, but because it's good for America or some sort of moral obligation. And the vast majority of the people listening disagreed. And although from the undecideds, both of them took away from the undecided, Glenn Greenwald was declared the winner. And even some of the questions of this is that Dershowitz is being subversive because he wants America to do the bidding of the Zionist project for no benefit to itself. And say, well, obviously you could understand why it might be beneficial for Israel to attack Iran, but what's the benefit for America? And so that, but it was an interesting debate, and ironically, Dershowitz was a little bit more interruptive and ad hominem, although it was a pretty respectful debate. Here, I haven't showed this channel for a while. What's going on with shipping? So, what's up with this new Gaza pier? Is it working? Is the aid supposedly had some problems? It broke apart. Are there actually U.S. boots on the ground? Cooperation. How effective is it? How's it working? So it's the most recent update because so people check that out. Last Australian. Yeah, man, I don't know who cares what anybody thinks. So, if you talk about expertise and power, the path to power, and the nature of group conflict, and even the relation between thought and action, what people think or the narrative to, when we look at the Palestinian protest and just say, well, we're in power and this is what we're going to pressure America to do, whether you like it or not. And even though we're a minority that's pressuring the government to act against the interest of the majority of the people, we're going to do it whether you like it or not. And there's nothing you can do about it. Versus a narrative where think no, it's in your best interest. You're not doing it for us. You're doing it for yourself. In fact, it's a favor. It's not even really that good for us. It's more good for you, and you should be thanking us. So how you sell the narrative and the thought is different, and then the perception of group conflict, and just say groups are very difficult to think what does it mean to be a member of a group? What does it mean that your group is in conflict with others? And what does it mean to act according to group conflict? Especially in this situation where you're at war and people are being killed. If you're looking well, who's protesting? Well, it's mostly Palestinians and Arabs. You say, well, are they anti-Semitic? Are they falling to some sort of mind virus of anti-Semitism? It's no, there's group conflict, and their group is in conflict with Israel that's representative of the Jews. So they're rising pressure against Jews as an escalation of group conflict. And as two groups are in conflict, and the United States is on the side of the Jews against a segment of Arabs, that's causing difficulties for Americans that may have no reason to be in conflict with Arabs other than that we support Israel. And so you have rising anti-Semitism that is just a natural outgrowth of the current state of group conflict. So, that would be my metaphysical, then predictive processing, that predictive processing works with what you know. And what you know, you could only predict based on the information that you currently have. And in that sense, as you gain new information, the predictive processing could change. So the concept of, is Israel an asset or a liability? And as you get more information, that could change. So if you were conditioned or even had experiential evidence to say Jews in Israel are an ally and the allyship has produced benefits for me, and that's predictive processing over a period of time, that might change. And then a person has to reassess, and then the cognitive process of reassessing that, especially in a time of conflict, how that works and the nature of group dynamics. So Kings in General did another update because we've been looking at I in the beginning when the war first started back in October and November, when Israel was taking northern Gaza, you had a lot of war mapping. But really, like, after the ceasefire and the resumption of the war in December, and Israel started going into Khan Yunis, you had a little bit of war mapping, but since January, there's been almost no war mapping. And the question is, what has Israel achieved? And have they actually conquered territory? So in the past months, we've looked at the New York Times articles and like the graphics of the buildings being destroyed. But generally, Israel has not conquered and held on to much territory. There are certain parts where Israel has set up bases, and Israel has completely destroyed and created buffer zones, destroyed property. They've really destroyed over half of Gaza, and many of that includes Hamas military structures. But Israel has not really held on to any territory. So if you're following, like, there's constant battles in northern Gaza, Gaza City, and a trickle of Israeli casualties. And the question is, what's the status of Hamas? Is Israel anywhere close to dismantling Hamas, destroying Hamas? And most of the experts say no. Hamas still has territorial control. So we say the battalion has been operationally destroyed in terms of the functional battalion before the war started, that you're going to consider the battalion dismantled, the command structure dismantled. However, territorially, Hamas would appear to have control of most of Gaza, except possibly the few areas that Israel basically completely demolished and bulldozed. And those areas are very small, and that's clearly a violation of international law. So, you had to update the ICC issue, requesting arrest warrants for Netanyahu and Gallant and the three senior Hamas leaders, and then the ICJ issuing its ruling that Israel should immediately stop all operations in Rafah. So, God forbid, God forbid, God forbid, like this disaster situation of why we're seeing what we're seeing. So, yeah, I don't have any information on the Iranian president to know. I mean, it seems, even people like Scott Ritter, Judge Napolitano, say there's not enough information, and like who benefits even a questionable analysis of foreign actors, and if it's result of sanctions and faulty equipment. I don't know. I don't know the implications. The new elections, was Risey a moderate? Who's likely to replace him? There's not really enough information. So Wayne State University, after University of Michigan's divestment, Wayne State University, which is mostly a commuter college, there are dormitories, but the majority of students at Wayne State are commuter students. It's kind of like a working class college. It's a decent school. It's a university. It's got a medical school, engineering school, law school, all decent, but it's not, it's some people might call Wayne State University the third best school in Michigan, after University of Michigan, Michigan State. But besides that, like no one's coming from out of state to study at Wayne State University. And most of the people who go to Wayne State University are living in Metro Detroit and commute. And that includes a lot of Arab students and Palestinian students. Hillsdale, I don't think Hillsdale has, I mean, Hillsdale does have like a medical school, law school. Like, I mean, they might have like a decent undergraduate program. You get a degree. Maybe you could go on for there, but I don't think Hillsdale has like a medical. I mean, I'm certain it doesn't have a medical school. It doesn't have a law school. Like, I mean, that it's not, like a full-fledged university. Like Wayne State has, it's a research university. They have a full engineering school, graduate program, mechanical engineering, chemical engineering, medical, biomedical engineering, and saying it's a full-fledged university. I don't even know if there's another one. So like, in all of Michigan, you have, Wayne, you have University of Michigan, Michigan State, and I mean, there's like Michigan Tech, a few that have engineering graduate schools. I think there's a few law schools like University of Detroit, Cooley Law School. But I think that's it for law schools. So, there's like only five like medical schools. I think there's only 5 law schools in the state. One of them's Wayne State. And I think there's only like 3 medical schools, one of them being Wayne State, that has a medical school. So from that level, there's no comparison. Like Wayne State is unquestionably the 3rd best school in Michigan. And you say for a certain aspect, like Hillsdale might have certain programs or undergraduate, but it's not like a full-fledged university. I don't even think it's at Hillsdale College even. So, but Wayne State, relatively, it's working class. It's local, vast majority commuters, but it has a huge Arab population. And, it's like it's a decent school. You could go from Wayne State to a better school, undergraduate. My parents are both alumni of Wayne State of Wayne State Law School, and they went to night school. So, Wayne State Law School offers night school opportunity, medical school. So, it is what it is. Like, Wayne State in Detroit, but they didn't have an encampment, probably because it's mostly a commuter working class place. Like Glib was mentioning in the chat, that most of the places, like, it's the better universities that have students on campus living in the dormitories that have set up encampments. So like community colleges aren't really setting up encampments. Commuter working class colleges aren't really setting up encampments. So Wayne State, you'll probably largely due to the dismantling of the Michigan one. Oh, there's a lot of reason. Like, there's always Students for Justice in Palestine. I mean, I go to Wayne State pretty often because it's near me. Wayne State's only like 15 minutes from my house. They used to have a vegetarian kosher cafeteria. Occasionally, like events, Jewish events. I used to go, even to the Students for Justice in Palestine events. Yeah, I'm saying Hillsdale's a college, is not like a university. I mean, like I was making my point, like Hillsdale's is not in the same classification of Wayne State. It's not a full school. It doesn't have like, I mean, I have to look it up, but like, yeah, I mean, it's Hillsdale College. It's not even a university. So, I mean, just by name, and I don't even know if it has graduate programs. So, I mean, Hillsdale has statesmanship, government, and classical education. Like, that's it. The MA programs. So, I mean, it's not even a question. Like Hillsdale's it's not even in the same category of Wayne State. So you could say from the programs that they offer, maybe Hillsdale College is better than Wayne State. Like if you wanted a master's degree in statesmanship or government, possibly, and I don't know, I mean, it could be that in those programs, Hillsdale's better than Wayne State. but like on a comparison level, there's no comparison. Hillsdale only has like a handful of graduate programs. It doesn't have an engineering school. It doesn't have a medical law school. It doesn't have research programs. So like Wayne State is still connected to major hospitals. You could be doing like fancy research, drug development, and all these various things. So just on that metric level, Michigan. I think you have to put Wayne State as like the third best school in Michigan, and that's how I put it. I mean, you could argue, and you could say, but it's like Hillsdale and even the other schools, like okay, Michigan Tech, like okay, they might have better graduate programs in engineering. They're a small school. Eastern Michigan has some graduate programs, but I think any objective measure, Wayne State's probably the third best school in Michigan, although it's a distance, third. So from like University of Michigan, Michigan State's a distant second, and from Michigan State, Wayne State's a distant third. So like University of Michigan is one of the top schools in the world. Top students from all over. I mean, there's also Oakland University. Oakland University has a medical school now. Just opened recently. So Oakland University opened up, has a medical school, but it's not the same thing. Like Oakland University is a tiny campus. They do have a medical school. They do have some engineering, but it's not a comparison. There's also Lawrence Tech University that has graduate programs in engineering. And you could argue that maybe Lawrence Tech, some of their graduate programs in engineering. And so overall, Wayne State is not really recognized. You wouldn't go to Wayne State or Hillsdale. Hillsdale may have like a few select programs that people across the nation would go to Hillsdale. So like interesting, you have Indians and international students at like all universities of all level. So I don't know if Hillsdale has Indians, but like Oakland University, Lawrence Tech University, Wayne State, all of these places have a lot of international students, and that's just larger economic concerns where even second and third tier universities are full of Indians, especially if they offer engineering or Arabs or very, Kettering, my sister went to GMI, and you could argue that Kettering's engineering, Wayne State, you could argue individually that many of these places have better programs than Wayne State. But like Wayne State relatively is a full university, almost on par with University of Michigan and Michigan State University in terms of major program offerings. And I mean, they even have like linguistics, Middle Eastern studies, and say like whether any of these, none of the Wayne State schools are nationally renowned. And like even in the state, any individual Wayne State school, maybe some of the Wayne State programs are the top in the state, but like even if maybe none of the Wayne State programs are top in the state, the law school, the medical school, the engineering, and they're not even number 3. So it's not even like the Wayne State Law School, medical school, are engineering schools are number 3. That individually, there's other schools in Michigan that are better than Wayne State in individual programs. However, there is no other school that has the full offering of professional university training as Wayne State. And I don't know about the encampment. So, Michigan State had an encampment. As far as I know, did they make an encampment in Grand Rapids? I know there were some Palestinian protests there. I even saw like something about there being arrests. I'm not sure if anyone attempted like Grand Valley State. There's Grand Valley State University also, like whether they tried to make an encampment. So but relatively Wayne State University is not even really big enough for an encampment, but there is an encampment because it's in Detroit. There's a lot of Arab students, and it has external support, not just from the handful of students in the university. So I went down to support the encampment. There were a lot of people from Michigan. So when I went there, the encampment opened up like literally the day after or 2 days after they got rid of the encampment at University of Michigan. And a lot of the people that helped set up the encampment were people from University of Michigan, and they're kind of like professional pro-Palestinian activists. And the media attention, the foot traffic, like Wayne State, there's a lot less foot traffic. So you mean like maybe a handful of people going to classes. I mean, it's still kind of like the Diag in Ann Arbor, where like Central, you walk through and past the encampment, and even if it's not blocking something, you walk around it. But like Wayne State also is like that. There's a central lawn between the university buildings, and the encampment's right there in the center, and you could really just walk past it. And I think Wayne State only has like 300 Jewish students. Let me check. Yeah, I mean, Wayne State has 30,000 students. So, I mean, Wayne State is huge. And if you're just looking at this aerial, so, I mean, Wayne State even has like football, baseball, Division III or whatever they are teams. And, if you're looking at the aerial picture, there's like a central lawn in between the majority of the buildings. And I mean, Eastern University has 20,000 people. Henry Ford College, 13,000. So the encampment's a pretty big deal. There's going to be pressure to get rid of it right away. But as of now, and ironically, even they set up, the university actually set up 2 porta potties and a dumpster, like somewhat in support. Like they said, they wanted to get rid of it and it's illegal. But in the meantime, in order to support the students, they even gave them like 2 porta potties and a dumpster. So, and like Wayne State is under, Wayne State is under Rashida Tlaib. It's African American, right next to Dearborn, huge Arab population. So I would assume eventually they will probably dismantle the encampment, and they will make mass arrests, whether they expel the students, stop them from getting degrees. And just from being there, hearing the students, many of the students, and I'm not even sure, I would guess there were like 200 people there, but there's probably, of like Wayne State students, there's probably only like 20 students that are in the encampment. And there might be rotating. Some of them are alumni, and, Students for Justice in Palestine is a small organization. Like I used to go to the events and there'd be like 5 people, mostly girls. So even like, the encampment in charge of it is mostly like young Palestinian girls, mostly, Muslim, wearing hijab. And, eventually they'll probably try to get rid of the encampment. And, the people were mentioning that they were willing to get arrested for it. And there was a lot of general support. They were sending out emails to residents, in order to prevent the dismantling, to have more bodies and more people. And it will be a debacle. It'll make international news if they eventually do a mass arrest and protest. If they do a mass arrest to dismantle the encampment in Wayne State, it will be international news. There'll be, a certain element that will be happy that they did it. There'll be pushback. People like the university president might lose their job over this either way. And, so if you think of the predictive processing, God forbid, so let me wrap up on the Wayne State encampment. I'll make my point on God forbid the genocide and the complicity. Because, like, I do think Israel's committing genocide. I do think it's an extreme worry that Israel might step up the aggression, and if there's possibly as many as 100,000 dead already. So I mean, we have the estimate of like 40,000 people dead, but even if there was a ceasefire tomorrow and they started allowing aid in and Gaza to rebuild, it could be as many as 100,000 people will have already died from what's happened. And, the likelihood that that's going to happen is pretty small. So the possibility that the death toll could rise to hundreds of thousands, God forbid, is very possible. So that's why I went to the encampment, supported the encampment. Generally, like, okay, I'm pro-Jewish. I dedicated my life to Judaism. I'm extremely sympathetic to Palestinians. And, like, I listened to the stories and heard the suffering. This man from Florida was there for the conference, and he came by and they filmed a video. They showed a video. So I mean, saying there's some money. We had, generators. There was free food. Like, there was like, I mean, it was like almost like buffet of like, there of, I mean, not like fast food somewhat, but like even like higher quality than fast food. Like, there was pizzas, there was like buffet of all types of food. There was and there was medic and there was supplies, and so there's some level of funding. They had generators, and like every other person had a laptop, and so we had a projector and a screen, and we played this video called I linked it in my video. Gaza is our home documentary. So, this author, the person who made this video, had family in Gaza. He went to Gaza in 2021, took a bunch of pictures, made slides about it. And then after the war started, like, God forbid, at least like 30 people from his family have been killed. God forbid. And so he was playing the film about, his family, his experiences in Gaza. And then, like 2/3 of the film in, he starts after the war and just, going through, God forbid, people dying. And most of them, relatively innocent people. And, most of the Palestinians have family members that have been killed. So you're saying, like, group conflict, these people, their family are being killed, they're protesting. So, the basis of these encampments, just like BDS. So Wayne State was one of the first universities. They passed BDS, student government, like 20 years ago. University of Michigan brought BDS like 10 years in a row until it finally passed. And then the border regions didn't listen to the student demand for divestment. And that was already like 10 years ago. And now you have, like, the shut it down party that I mentioned a few weeks ago that ran just on divestment from Israel, that is now at this point completely taken over student government. But the main catalyst for this is Palestinian students. And the reason why Palestinian students are protesting is largely obvious. And, it's because their family is being killed. And then you have the other base of the supporters are mostly Muslim and Arab. So, I mean, there's some, random white dudes, some Jewish Boys for Peace, but the basis of these encampments are Palestinian students, Muslims and Arabs, some political activists. Like in Detroit, you had other generic protesters supporting the encampment. We'll call, like, professional protesters, maybe even professional agitators. You could see in my thing some of these chants like anti-police. So there are some professional, people, whatever reason, they're also in these encampments, just unity of cause. So I spoke to quite a few people. Like, I mean, so the encampment's somewhat like a mess. You're thinking, okay, like right now, like if you're in Gaza, you're in an encampment, and you're in these temporary tent cities, you're starving, your home has been destroyed, you can't leave Gaza even if you want to. You know, you have nowhere you could go, and so these temporary encampments are somewhat parallel to what is happening in Gaza with, God forbid, the permanent encampments of refugees that, God forbid, are starving and being killed. Um, so if it's just a protest of, a lot of the speakers just saying like, there's genocide happening, it is upon you to do everything possible to stop this genocide. Hundreds of people are being killed every day. Millions of people are starving, and the United States is complicit in it. And God forbid. And like Dave said at the beginning, the John Mersheimer, unfortunately, I would say basically all the Jews I know are basically complicit in this. And even the Jewish Voice for Peace, though, there's like rising anti-Semitism. Like, okay, there's real anti-Semitism, but criticism of Israel, against the IHR definition, anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. Versus like, we are complicit in war crimes. As Israel, okay, like the ICC just saying that they're formally going to bring war crime charges against the leaders of Israel, and that could become much more. So, God forbid. I'll end the screen share. I'll ramble on this a little bit. If anyone wants to join, I forgot to put the link in the chat, but I'll put the link in the chat if anyone wants to join. But you say that, God forbid, the situation already, where 40,000 people are dead, even if we declared a ceasefire, ended the war immediately, the likelihood is that hundreds of Israelis are complicit in war crimes and should be charged. So I mean, thinking like, okay, like Rabbi Feldman and Notori Karta, and saying this isn't what Judaism stood for. We don't need Israel to keep us safe. God keeps us safe. Zionism is a heresy. These people are of Jewish descent. And it's like, no. Almost all Jews are complicit in this genocide. It's like even like relatively liberal, good, friendly Jews, moral people are complicit in this. And you say, well, why are they complicit in it? And give a multifactorial reason. So, back when I was streaming with Jennifer, we used to talk about the big cases in America, and going back Trayvon Martin. A lot of people, they got triggered and red pilled on into the alt-right by the Trayvon Martin case. And the defense for George Zimmerman at the time, who was found innocent, was, God forbid, tragic as it may be, Trayvon Martin caused his own death when he made the horrible mistake of attacking George Zimmerman. And the defense worked, and George Zimmerman was found innocent. And then, time shifted, and that led to mass protest. I mean, eventually there was the case, and, like the Joel Martin documentary, and, it was a bad case because really, okay, he might have profiled the guy, but it appeared that Trayvon Martin attacked him, and it was somewhat self-defense, and Zimmerman was found completely innocent. And then, you had the case of Kyle Rittenhouse, who, found innocent, and you could say, tragic as it was, the people that attacked Kyle Rittenhouse caused their own death. God forbid. But when you had Ahmaud Arbery, you had that case, God forbid, the McMichaels, and had mentioned that McMichaels looked like that guy, Anthony Oliver, God forbid that that Anthony Oliver kind of looks like Travis McMichael, but this level of the McMichaels defense to network, where they say, okay, Ahmaud Arbery was likely a thief, and it was people that were trying to stop a thief in their neighborhood, and he attacked a man with a gun. And you say, tragic as it may be, Ahmaud Arbery caused his own death. But that did not work in that case. And the McMichaels and the other man are possibly going to spend life in prison. So from the Israeli perspective, the best defense is really the George Zimmerman defense. And you think the vast majority of Israelis and Jews and a fraction, maybe even a plurality of Americans, and say, tragic as it may be, Hamas caused their own death. And you're saying, okay, October 7th, or the people who supported it. So you're not just talking, okay, 3,000 to 4,000 people participated in the October 7th attack. And you're saying, well, not just those people, because now we're talking 40,000 people dead. But if you're going to give the Ahmaud Arbery argument, tragic as it may be, those Hamas people, not just who participated in the October 7th attack, even some of them launching rockets and doing it, they caused their own death. Israel has no blame. Blame Hamas. And saying the collateral damage, human shields, or the various, God forbid, they're bombing Rafah right now, and they're pulling largely innocent people out of the rubble, being burnt to death, God forbid. And the Israeli argument is basically the George Zimmerman, McMichaels, argument that tragic as it may be, they caused their own death. And okay, I'm missing that. You're back. I mean, there's like the Google founders. University of Michigan is a huge school. Like the Google founders, President Ford, U of M alumni. You can look at the webpage, but U of M has many Madonna, many huge alumni. So almost all the Jews, even my mother, my brother, my father, almost all the Jews I go to synagogue with, even the liberal Jews, besides for like the Reconstructionists, handful of anti-Zionists, even like the downtown synagogue, even Reformed Jews, basically buy into the argument, tragic as it may be, the Palestinians in Gaza have caused their own death. Israel bears no responsibility. If anyone's upset at what Israel is doing, it's just anti-Semitism, and because they caused their own death. And yeah, Glib might buy that also. But I'm saying I would estimate 75%. I would estimate 90% of Israeli Jews, 75% of American Jews essentially buy this argument. The George McMichaels, Ahmaud Arbery, Trayvon Martin, George Zimmerman argument. Tragic as it may be, the Gazans caused their own death. 40,000 Gazans dead. Israel bears absolutely no responsibility. What would you do? They caused their own death. If you want to blame anybody, blame them for their own death. Rob Wallenberg's also alumni. You could look it up. University of Michigan's international, one of the, always in the top 25 schools in America, and many times in the top 10 for certain things, top 100 schools in the world. Michigan State is a great university, but it's not like really a top school in anything. And then Wayne State University, although still the third best school in Michigan, is not really renowned or special for anything. So I mean, Glib's saying he's not even saying tragic as it may be. So I mean, if you're looking, to say like, I'm just saying the argument as expressed, like Trayvon Martin's death, as tragic as it may be, he caused his own death when he made the horrible mistake of attacking George Zimmerman. So, if you're going to take a more hardline approach and saying, God forbid, and like, I would put in percentages. So, maybe even like 25% of Americans, they don't even think the death is tragic. And they could probably, even if they went to become full out genocide and we were hearing numbers of thousands, tens of thousands of people killed every day, there would be a certain amount of people that just wouldn't care. They wouldn't consider it tragic. And whether they would victim blame and be like, well, that's their own fault. And, as I mentioned, there is an aspect of collective guilt or sin. And you're saying, well, you voted for Hamas, or well, your grandparents went to war with Israel and lost, so it's your own fault. I don't feel bad for you. Or sometimes there doesn't even have to be a justification. So it's like Luke Ford, and he'd be like, well, it's not a moral issue for him. He's like, well, I'm on the side of the Jews, not because the Jews are good people or moral, but it's good for me. God forbid, if the Palestinians are killed. God forbid. So, there's a certain element of the Jewish people that aren't even going to bother with the Hasbara talking points. Like, well, tragic as it may be, the Hamas caused their own death. And we say, well, not tragic as it may be, just like they're in the way, they're not good for us. And I mean, so we get back into why, basically, even Glib, what are you Glib, like you're a quarter Jew or something like that? It's saying most American Jews are complicit in this genocide and actively support it. And, there's a certain level. So why do most Jews support this genocide? I'm just analyzing this, Eric. I mean, and no, I don't think that's true that Jews don't want him. You're saying Jews don't want me because I'm anti-Zionist, because, what I'm saying right now. But, no, I think I was a wanted member of almost every synagogue. I was a respected person within the Jewish community. And I think if I changed my view on Zionism, most synagogues would still be recruiting me. I think even, like God forbid, maybe anyone at my local synagogue heard me saying what I'm saying now, it would take a few years till they could even look at me or see me coming to their synagogue. But besides for my opinion on the war, I don't think that I wasn't wanted by the Jews. I think I was a good Jew. I was a important person in the community. I did what they told me. I helped the community. I still do. I still help the community. It's just my opinion. And saying I'm a conscientious objector. I don't have any axe to grind against the Jewish community. I love the Jewish people. I love being a Jew. I became a conscientious objector to Judaism because of the war. And you could look at it. You could say, well, just this, why is Doooovid saying what I'm saying? And you're saying, well, I must have this irrational hatred of Jews. I've like, my mind virus has gotten to me. Versus you're just saying that I don't want to be complicit in this genocide. I love being Jewish. I dedicated my life to Judaism, but I don't want to be complicit in this genocide. And I don't actually bear any hatred towards my fellow Jews. I love my fellow Jews. But I do think that they're complicit in this genocide. And I'm going to explain why I think most Jews, they're relatively good people, why they're being complicit in this genocide. So I was starting it. I mean, Hinduism is very popular among Jews, yoga, and even that, like, relatively, even like talking to people on the alt-right, doing Hinduism, the anti-Zionism is the one thing that's crossed the line with the Jewish community, or interfaith, talking with Arabs, Palestinians, of Um, yeah, I mean, you could try to put it like, I mean, this is the inversion. Say, well, okay, like I'm a dissenter, I'm a conscientious objector, but like, no, I'm fine here in America. Um, I was talking to Rabbi Doovid Feldman. I drove him home to the hotel after the event, and so I was mentioning like basically everyone in Detroit's a Zionist. So he said, "Well, how do you get by?" So I said, "Well, I usually just don't talk about it." So, um, to that extent, like, no, man, like I'm still friends. Most of my friends are still Jews. I still live in a Jewish neighborhood. I still see Jews all the time on a daily basis. We just don't talk about this. So I'm streaming right now, and like, yeah, I mean, it's possible like a handful of Jews will be like, "Oh, Doovid, did you hear what he said? He was saying that it is genocide and you're complicit." And yeah, I mean, I assume like they wouldn't be happy to hear me say it, but like we still might meet and be friendly in public, and we're just not going to talk about it. I'm not going to, like I'm not going to try to ruin the lives or yell or accost people because of what's happening on the other side of the planet. Um, yeah, I do think. I mean, Rabbi Weiss is probably right. Most Iranians are God fearing. Um, but it's saying like this is just politics. This is just my opinion, and like at this level, God forbid. Okay, the difference is I want to stop the genocide, and I would say most of my fellow Jewish friends want to um, continue the genocide. And if you're talking public policy, like I'm not political, I'm not calling my local congressman. I went to the Gaza encampment largely to show support to my local Palestinian neighbors, and because Rabbi Feldman had came, was in town from New York, but I'm not going to join the encampment. Um, Maybe I'll go there again. I don't know. I don't plan on going to the encampment again and again. I'm not really a politician. I'm not an activist. I'm an independent. Um, yeah, I mean, so this is like the general, because I'm saying I think it's genocide, and I think most of my Jewish friends and family are complicit in this genocide. And you say, well, okay, and am I an anti-Semite? Is that the motivating factor of why I'm saying what I'm saying? And I would say that I have no benefit other than conscientious objection to be saying what I'm saying. Um, I'm definitely not getting any social vindication, any financial benefit um, from saying what I'm saying. It's just pure conscientious objection. Um, but yeah, I mean, if you're your average Jew, your distance, why am I saying what I'm saying? And so you say, well, obviously, because it's something wrong about you. So, like, if Doovid's saying it's genocide and that most Jews are complicit in it, it's because there's something intrinsically flawed about me. Because it can't be that I'm right. It has to be because, um, yeah, I mean, I say, like, I mean, generally, I don't know how effective these protests are in the encampment. Um, I don't know. Or like the chanting, we screened a video. I talked to a few people, and like generally, like even the guy who made the film, you said, he basically stopped his life. He was only 26 years old to make the film. Um, that that yeah, I don't know how if these are effective at all. So I'm just trying to analyze why I think it's genocide and why I think most of the Jews I know are complicit in it. So I mentioned the reasoning, and I'm calling that the George Zimmerman defense. So I think that most, like the Hasbara, I break it down to the George Zimmerman defense. And I think most, I would put 90% of Israeli Jews, 75% of American Jews, and maybe 50% of the American public at large, maybe only 40% of the American public at large, accept these arguments of the George Zimmerman case. And, like you call it like tragic as it may be, Hamas and the Gazans caused their own death, caused their own suffering. What would you do if Israel's just, doing the moral obligation to defend its people, and that's that. Israel did nothing wrong, and if there's anybody to blame for the suffering, they got to blame themselves. So, and then there could be glib, the more hardliners that they don't even care about the justification. They just look like, okay, these people are a nuisance, they should be eradicated. And so in Israel, you have a certain element where it's not really this, God forbid, and it could be in Israel, it's like 25%. And, American Jews, probably only 10%, where you don't even need the George Zimmerman defense. It's not even tragic as it may be. They caused their own death. It's the Zionist project necessitates getting rid of these people. Even if they didn't do anything wrong, we still got to get rid of them. So, I mean, you could have that level of, venomous, murderous energy. And, I guess that's probably how Halsey would feel. That, I don't know how Halsey doesn't, Halsey denounced me. Whether Halsey's going to take it out of his time or day to denounce me. I mean, because, at this point, there's millions of people saying what I'm saying. Like, Doooovid is saying what the International Court of Justice is saying. The ICC, international opinion, the majority of Harvard graduates, the majority of students at University of Michigan. So, I mean, certain realms, like, okay, I've been saying this for a decade. So, I had beef with Halsey already 5 years ago over largely these same issues. Now, where 5 years ago, I would have warned you that, God forbid, I think Israel might commit a genocide. And I would have said that 5 years ago. And I did say that 5 years ago. But, like, at this point now, there are millions of people saying what I'm saying. And, I would say, like, the intellectual elite are, vast majority are saying what I'm saying. So I'm just trying to psychoanalyze to saying, like, the Jews that I've been friends with for decades, what are they thinking? Why are they supporting this? So, like Rabbi Feldman, like after October 7th, I saw, like, I'd been anti-Zionist since I went to Israel 25 years ago. Like, just because that's what my rabbis taught me. And theologically, you just said, like, okay, we don't need an ethno state. The religion doesn't require it. I think Jews and Arabs could live together in peace. And Israel, the creation, however I viewed it then, or word it, versus now at this point where we're over 40,000 people into a genocide, God forbid. So you have the Zionist project, and you think most Jews would look at, like, the Zionists, it's not worth it if they have to live as equals with Arabs. And, there could be multiple reasons. One, you think, like, management, elite status people, if Jews are brought down to having to live as equals among Arabs, it would completely ruin the Zionist project, which it would. And if you're thinking, like, your average Jew, like, I didn't sign up to live as equals among Arabs. You have a handful, like Notori Karta, some Jews that lived in Israel during the Ottomans, before the British, and said, like, yes, we could live under Arab control. We could live as equals among Arabs. So your average American Jew, if you want to say, you could use the colonialist racist language, which is the popular language of the universities, University of Michigan, Harvard, the intellectual elite basically all look at it this way, that that's what Jews are thinking. But if you're just looking at it psychologically, no Jew wants to live as equals with Arabs. You're like, look, we're elite people, we're educated, if you look behaviorally refined people, and to bring us down to have to live as equal with Arabs would be the destruction of Jewry. And if that's an underlying thing of the Zionist project necessitates genocide, that almost no Jew wants to live as equals with Arabs, and even American Jews thinking like, well, Israel, I'm part of this great nation. I'm not part of just like another Arab nation. I don't want Israel to just be another Arab nation. And, like my home, if things don't work out here, or my kids, my dreamland is just living as equals in the Middle East with Arabs. And so I'm going to give that level of basically like Israelis. Almost no Israeli, no American Jew wants to live as equals with Arabs. You said like relatively, it'd be like moving to Egypt. What Jew in their right mind is going to move to Egypt? And say, well, like none. The immigration of like even if there weren't anti-Semitism in like your average Arab nation, what Jew in their right mind is going to want to move to live in an Arab nation, even without anti-Semitism, if they could live as equals together with Arabs? And so, this thing of, well, without Zionism, what do you have? You have at best, what's Israel's going to be like Syria, Egypt. It's just going to be another Arab nation. And even if you could practice as a Jew, like the Haredim, you could be Haredi and, learn in yeshiva and pray at the holy sites. Maybe we could even have the third temple. No Jew's interested in that. Yeah, I doubt it. I don't even know who Halsey is. Why would I engage with Halsey? I'm saying like Halsey, just like you're saying, if you think Doooovid's wrong, you don't have the argument. So, why would I engage with Halsey? You're saying, why debate Halsey because he wants to convince me? It's like, no, he wants to convince the audience. And you're saying like, I haven't seen Halsey for a long time. So Halsey's around. And saying like, what, we're going to go on Ethan Ralph and debate, is Israel committing genocide in an audience? And I don't even know if I debate that. It's not my goal to convince a bunch of people. And you're saying just Halsey as someone who likes and respects me, who thinks I'm honestly mistaken and just wants to convince me for myself that I'm wrong, versus someone saying that that Halsey wants to convince people that might be convinced by me. So if someone else saying like, well, Doooovid said this, and Doooovid probably knows what he's talking about. So, I wasn't sure till now. It's just like John Mersheimer. John Mersheimer said it this week that, back in December and January, Mersheimer defended Israel and said he didn't think Israel was committing genocide. And then last week, Mersheimer publicly came out and, viewed over 1 million times and said Israel's committing a genocide. So I'm saying like, Halsey doesn't need to debate Doooovid. Like he needs to debate Professor Jeffrey Sachs, who's actually from Michigan, Oak Park. Jeffrey Sachs was from Oak Park originally, or like John Mersheimer. So I don't really, me and Halsey aren't friends. We're not engaging with each other. And so like the only purpose would be if he wanted to convince me that I'm wrong for my own benefit, or the handful of viewers that, if he thinks, okay, thank God I got 1 million of people watching me, that the handful of people that watch Doooovid, that he would be able to change their mind, or it would be of value. But like at that point, like, no, like if Halsey's going to debate somebody, there's 1,000 people that are saying what Doooovid is saying right now. And like obviously, okay, he's going to bait Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, or from intellectual John Mersheimer, uh, Jeffrey Sachs, Judge Napolitano. I mean, the list of people gets longer and longer every day that's saying what I'm saying right now. So, just saying that who's going to publicly denounce me, saying like someone's going to kill me, God forbid, because what I'm saying, I deserve to die. Tragically, Doooovid caused his own death. Just like Hamas, that the statement's going to be, tragic as it may be, Doooovid was the cause of his own death by his ridiculous statements. And I'm not even talking about the Palestinians or the Arabs. So I mean, you're talking like like obviously you're saying like the main force behind BDS was always Palestinian Americans, and their main supporters were always Arab friendly people. But it's like now just talking like intellectuals. So if you want to say, okay, like Doooovid is no Jeffrey Sachs. In fact, I took on edX, I actually have a certificate. I took all of Jeffrey Sachs's courses on global sustainability from Columbia. I think it was like 10 courses, and I got the certificate from the sustainability thing from Columbia, partner with the UN and the other institutes, and it even has an electric signature of Jeffrey Sachs. So you're saying like, okay, like I didn't necessarily come up with this stuff myself. I listened to Judge Napolitano, like some of his interviews. I listened to his weekly discussion with Jeffrey Sachs and John Mersheimer. And, Jeffrey Sachs comes from where Doooovid's living right now. He grew up here as a kid. So saying that intellectually, you say like, like, no, I mean, I didn't really come up with this stuff myself. I'm just trying to understand, from my level, if Jeffrey Sachs is right, John Mersheimer is right, why do basically 3 out of 4 of the Jews I know here that I've grown up with, known for my whole life, supporting this genocide? And so, I'm really just thinking out loud, rambling it. And, so the first reason I gave was the George Zimmerman defense. Second reason I'm giving is the Zionist project, that they don't want the Zionist project to die. And basically, kind of like John Mersheimer said, without the ethnic cleansing and ethnic cleansing failing, that leading to genocide, God forbid, the Zionist project would be relegated to living as equals with Arabs. And you're relatively, at this point, at least now, when maybe a certain amount of Jews think that they're going to be able to get away with this, that they have no interest in living as equals together with Arabs. And then there might be like the Adam Green type stuff. So the basic like Adam Green argument, something specific of Judaism that causes this sickness of Jews to, at this point, think that they could get away with killing this many people. And even like the Jerusalem poems, the op-ed is like, it's all about us. It's all about our suffering. It's all about October 7th. It's all about the hostages. And just thinking like, we've killed 40,000 people already. Do we honestly think we're going to get away with that? The International Court of Justice is putting out an arrest warrant for the president of Israel. The ICJ ruling, 13 out of 15, only Israel and Ghana ruled against Israel. The vast majority of nations think that Israel is committing a genocide, that Israel needs to be stopped. And if you analyze the war, like what's going to happen in the war, is Israel long-term possibly going to lose, versus how many like what's justice going to look like after this? So, I think most Jews, I mean, I even spoke to Charles Moskowitz a few weeks ago, and like honestly, I haven't debated this with my fellow Jews, but very rarely, because just not, let's not talk about it. But the argument would probably go similar with like Charles Moskowitz, and you read the mainstream papers, and it be like the day after, like first we have to defeat Hamas, and then like after we defeat Hamas, so this presupposition that I would claim is false, that Israel is not going to defeat Hamas. So this initial presupposition that basically all Jews seem to be falsely accepting that Israel is going to defeat Hamas. And so what happens after Israel defeats Hamas? So Doooovid's interpretation: Israel is not going to defeat Hamas. And then, okay, so let's say Israel doesn't defeat Hamas. How does this end? And you're thinking like Notori Karta, or even to mainstream Harvard academia, it's going to end with the dismantling of Israel and possibly a two-state, like the recognition of Palestine as a nation. People are just going to move forward and recognize Palestine as a nation, and there'll be international condemnation, boycott. Eventually, hundreds of Israelis might be tried for war crimes. I mean, you're thinking there's already 40,000 people dead. I'm just watching this documentary. This gentleman had 30 members of his family killed, many women and children. And you're saying, well, you say like, there's no war crime there. They say, okay, I'm sorry, that was your fault. Do you have any members of your family that was Hamas? Maybe one of your cousins participated in the October 7th. And you say because one of your cousins participated in the October 7th attack, I don't even know if they did, that therefore, tragic as it may be, because one of your family members was Hamas and participated in the war crimes against Israel, that they caused the own death of your family. Israel has no culpability. That the dead women and children, God forbid, that's your fault, not Israel's. And I don't think that argument's going to stand up. So, God forbid, I would say it's likely that at some point, hundreds of Israelis are going to be brought in charge with war crimes. And whether there's a court, how that's going to be done, whether militarily at some point Israel gets on the line of defense. God forbid, 7 months now, Israel hasn't defeated Hamas. Maybe a year from now, Israel hasn't defeated Hamas. Hezbollah is still there. Iran, what happens in Iran, the new presidency, further isolation, American electoral politics, and just saying, God forbid. I always said a few years ago, my biggest worry was that Israel was going to kill hundreds of thousands of Palestinians. I mean, back then, like, okay, you say, okay, really Israel has been war crimes since 1948. Almost every aspect of Israel since 1948 has just been war crime after war crime. And you say, but at this point, it's in the last 8 months became worse than all of that put together. Okay, yeah, good doggy and JD, yeah, God bless. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, man, I don't know, man. I think Netanyahu is 75 years old. I used to say, I think Netanyahu might have been a CIA, kind of puppet leader, and that it's unclear like what's actually going on in Israel. But so I was scared as a Jew because, like, I talk the metaphysics, when I talk American pragmatism. Just I knew the sentiment of Israelis and Jews, and I knew the military logistical capabilities. And it's saying like 5 years ago, I was warning people, God forbid, that Israel might commit a genocide. And now, whether you're going to call the 40,000 people killed a genocide already, and you use that language because at this point, Israel could go gung-ho and over the next few months kill hundreds of thousands of people, even if Israel's kind of strategically already lost. God forbid, with the blunder of Israel after October 7th going into Gaza, I would say, like John Mersheimer, and we'll see, like, if anybody, Brett Stevens was supposed to speak after John Mersheimer and give a rebuttal. And I listened to Brett Stevens also, and I don't know what he's going to say. I don't know how he's going to defeat any of Mersheimer's arguments. But, Mersheimer is basically saying Israel has already been strategically defeated. And I would agree with that assessment. But you still have the popular sentiment of Israelis, of American Jews, of the American and some of the Western supporters of Israel, and the current military capabilities. And to say, what does Israel do over the next few months? God forbid, they could end up killing hundreds of thousands of people. And you just think, like, well, at this point, how does like the too big to fail, like the Bashar al-Assad, case where it's kill or be killed. At this point, enough forces in the world want to see you disposed, charged for war crimes, and put to death for war crimes. God forbid that that's the current situation with Israel, where most of the world wants to see Israel be dismantled. They want to see the leaders of Israel charged for war crimes, and many of them probably put to death for war crimes. So even if Israel were, okay, done, ceasefire immediately, recognition of a Palestinian state immediately, and maybe within the next few months, you would see tens of senior Israeli leaders charged for war crimes. I mean, like I mentioned, Naftali Bennett, was charged for war crimes for the massacre of, I think it was 100 civilians in the first Lebanon War, and the UN center, in the bombing where Naftali Bennett was personally responsible for the murder of 100 innocent civilians. And the courts in various things largely agreed that that is what happened. And it might have even been charges. However, he largely got away with it. So, Bennett was largely able to, it didn't affect him that he was a war criminal. He came to University of Michigan, there were protests, he became prime minister, and his premiership was not affected by the fact that he was a war criminal. But that, like Naftali Bennett, God forbid, like relatively, he only caused the death of 100 innocent civilians during the Lebanon War. And he probably should have been charged as a war criminal, but instead he went on to become prime minister. So at this point, you think, like, okay, what Naftali Bennett did in Lebanon, and to have been a war criminal for the death of 100 innocent civilians, now it's exponentially worse than that. There are tens of thousands of innocent civilians that have been killed, and when it came out to how we know the history of the operation and how Naftali Bennett was part of this bombing of the UN facility that led to the death of 100 innocent civilians. At this point, there's probably hundreds of senior Israeli commanders they're complicit in the deaths of tens of thousands of innocent civilians. And it might get worse. Like, God forbid, that like the death toll, it could be hundreds of thousands. Israel might kill hundreds of thousands of people in the coming months. That's why I'm speaking so strongly right now. Hopefully, whatever little reach I might have to prevent Israel from doing what they're, God forbid, probably about to do. God forbid. But at this point, even if Israel, did a ceasefire, two-state solution, there would have to be hundreds of senior Israeli military commanders that would have to be charged for war crimes. And, obviously, okay, there's Hamas too. So, like, obviously, there's October 7th, and, there's Yahya Sinwar, and there's the Hamas senior commanders, and there's a lot of Hamas people that, killed Israelis, innocent civilians, and have gotten away with it. So, but like relatively in proportion in number, there's no comparison. And maybe in number. So maybe say, okay, 3,000 to 4,000 Hamas individuals participate in October 7th, and maybe 1,000 of them are still alive. And we think, but look, with the number of kills, if 4,000 people participated in October 7th and they killed 1,200 people. So that means the majority of the people who participated in October 7th didn't even kill anybody. But probably most of those people are dead, although we don't even know. But you say, okay, well, those people have to be brought to justice too, and charged for their crimes. Then you're talking Israel; they've killed 40,000 people, and it's probably not like where October 7th you had 3,000 to 4,000 Gazans who committed up to 1,200 murders at most. The Israeli soldiers, if was the bombing, how are you going to charge? Right now you just charge Netanyahu and Gallant with war crimes. As the war winds down, the likelihood that there'll be hundreds of Israelis charged with war crimes. God forbid. And the level of, let's just say, your average American Jew who was complicit in supporting the genocide up to now, and say, well, are you going to be complicit in supporting what Israel might do in the next few months? Are you going to be complicit if Israel kills hundreds of thousands of people over the next few months? And what about your complicity up till now? Are you say, well, I was wrong, I'm sorry? And it's like, okay, what did it matter? I was just complicit through political processes. I, lobbied my local Congress people and voiced opinions supporting the military operation, and it led to the deaths of people. I'm sorry. So you think, like, okay, like rising anti-Semitism, group conflict, and it's like, okay, well, maybe I'm sorry is enough. It could be like I was mistaken. I'm sorry. What did I do? I had the wrong opinion. I supported it, and it led to the deaths of countless innocent people for nothing. But unfortunately, we'll see. The worst is probably still ahead of us. We'll have to see what's going to happen with the war. It's tough to know. Like I said, the worst could definitely still be ahead of us. And also interesting, 3 weeks from now, Nicholas Fuentes and his AFPAC is going to be in Detroit. And, that'll be interesting. So, I asked Elon Pape, I told him about that. And he said that he would consider working together with even Nicholas Fuentes to bring down Zionism. So you're thinking, okay, like, these guys are American first, they're Christian nationalists. If you want to believe the propaganda, they're neo-Nazis, they're white supremacists, God forbid. But they're right about anti-Zionism, They're right about this war. They're right about um, America shouldn't be complicit in it. America should do everything possible to stop supporting Israel in this war. And as a Jew, like what's the biggest threat to me? Is the bigger threat right now anti-Semitism or the genocide in Gaza? And does it pay to team up with Nicholas Fuentes and Lucas Gage to try to stop Israel from doing what it's doing? So ironically, Elon Pape said, yes, you should. That Elon Pape thought it was worth teaming up together with the Groypers to bring down Zionism. And I know the Jewish Voice for Peace, you're typically like, okay, like, but there's real anti-Semites, like anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, but Nicholas Fuentes and Lucas Gage and the Groypers, those are real anti-Semites. Those are the ones we should fight. But you're thinking like, well, our crimes in Gaza are so much, like, okay, like relatively, like we're complicit in genocide. I mean, it's tough to say, and I mean, I don't know. So we'll see as it moves forward. Like, I mean, like I support diversity, multiculturalism. I don't support Christian nationalism at all. I mean, I'm not per se anti-Christian, but I mean, to some extent, like I think Christianity is false. So I don't have any part in AFPAC at all. Although the intersectionality, I do agree with them about anti-Zionism, and I do agree with them about American foreign policy should not be in favor of this. Whether that means we should combine forces to try to stop the genocide. I'm not an activist like that. Like I'm just voicing my opinion. But mention that we'll see what happens coming up over the next few weeks. Okay, so yeah, JD, appreciate your support. So it's got a handful of people watching, so I guess I'm going to go back to my research. I rambled long enough about Israel, a very bad situation there. It was so bad that I went to support the Gaza encampment at Wayne State University, and the main people I wanted to reach. I mean, one thing I legitimately have sympathy. My heart breaks for Palestinians. I see Palestinians and my heart breaks for them, especially that I feel complicit in what's happening to them. And the main people I wanted to reach were directly the Palestinians and show my sympathy. And my heart's breaking for what's happening to them. And to my fellow Jews that like, we got to stop this. I don't have any power in the Jewish community to stop this. Maybe a handful of fellow Jews will see me standing together with the Palestinians at Wayne State and reassess their support for what's going on. But I mean, God forbid, it's extremely dire. So, but there's no reason to go in circles and keep myself, and then even think of the Wayne State students. So, like Glib would say, well, what's it going to accomplish? It's probably not going to accomplish anything. Who are they going to change? They might have, John, God bless. They might have changed a few minds, but like the Palestinians, like your best hope is to make yourself useful, get an education, get ahead in life, achieve power, through education, working hard, and the protest might be important. I mean, especially at this point with the killing still going on. But even with that, like, I wouldn't drop out of school. I wouldn't let the protests ruin your school trajectory or career, because in all likelihood, the protests aren't going to do anything besides ruin your own life. So, with that, let's get back to my research. And I got a few small things. Then we're going to look at these long articles on talent and giftedness. And so let's look briefly at the 1% rule. In internet culture, the 1% rule is a general rule of thumb pertaining to participation in an internet community, stating that only 1% of the users of a website actively create new content, while the other 99% of the participants only lurk. Variants include the 1990 rule, sometimes 90-9-1 principle, or the 89-10-1 ratio, which states that a collaborative website such as Wiki, 90% of the participants of a community only consume content, 9% of the participants change or update content, and 1% of the participants add content. Similar rules are known in information science. For instance, the 80-20 rule, known as the Pareto principle, it states 20% of a group will produce 80% of the activity, regardless of how the activity is defined. Definition review. According to the 1% rule, about 1% of internet users create content, while 99% are just consumers of that content. For example, for every person who posts on a forum, generally about 99 other people view that forum but do not post. The term was coined by the authors and bloggers Ben McConnell and Jackie Huba, although earlier references to the same concept did not use this name. The term lurk and lurking in reference to online activity are used to refer to online observation without engaging others in the internet community. A 2007 study of radical jihadist internet forums found 80% of the users had never posted on the forums, 13% had posted at least once, 5% had posted 50 or more times, and only 1% had posted 500 or more times. The 2014 peer-reviewed paper entitled The 1% Rule in 4-Digit Health Social Networks, an observational study, empirically examined the 1% rule in health-oriented online forums. The paper concluded that the 1% rule was consistent across the 4 support groups, with a handful of super users generating the vast majority of content. A study later that year from a separate group of researchers replicated the 2014 Van Mierlo study in an online forum for depression. Results indicated that the distribution frequency of the 1% rule fit Zipf's law, which is a specific type of power law. The 90-9-1 version of this rule states that websites where users both create and edit content, 1% of the people create content, 9% edit or modify that content, and 90% view the content without contributing. However, the actual percentage is likely to vary depending on the subject. For example, if a forum requires content submissions as a condition of entry, the percentage of people who participate will probably be significantly higher than 1%, but the content producers will still be a minority of users. This is validated in a study conducted by Michael Wu, who used economic techniques to analyze the participation inequality across hundreds of communities segmented by industry, audience type, and community focus. The 1% rule is often misunderstood to apply to the internet in general, but it applies more specifically to any given internet community. It is for this reason that one can see evidence for the 1% principle on many websites, but aggregated together, one can see a different distribution. This latter distribution is still unknown and likely to shift, but various researchers and pundits have speculated on how to characterize the sum total of participation. Researchers in late 2012 suggested that only 23% of the population, rather than 90%, could properly be classified as lurkers, while 70% of the population could be classified as intense contributors of content. Several years prior, results were reported on a sample of students from Chicago where 60% of the sample created content in some form. Participation inequality. Similar concept was introduced by Will Hill of AT&T Laboratories and created by Jacob Nielsen. This was the earliest known reference to the participation inequality in online content context. The term regained public attention in 2006 when it was used in a strictly quantitative context within a blog entry on the topic of marketing. So I think Doooovid is trying to move from the 9% to the 1%, because, Doooovid, even I'm streaming, you could call me a content creator, but I'm not, really the 1%. I'm just reading other people's content, editing it, regurgitating it. And so I thought that was a little bit interesting. And let's also look briefly at Zipf's law. So I was actually taking a course on linguistics this week, and that's where I heard about Zipf's law and was looking into this. So Zipf's law is an empirical law that often holds approximately when a list of measured values is sorted in decreasing order. It states that the value of the nth entry is inversely proportional to n. The best known instance of Zipf law applies to the frequency table of words in a text or corpus of natural language. It is usually found that the most common word occurs approximately twice as often as the next common one, 3 times as often as the third most common, and so on. For example, the Brown corpus of American English text, the word the is the most frequently occurring word. By itself accounts for nearly 7% of all word occurrences. True to Zipf's law, the second place word of accounts for slightly over 3.5% of words, followed by and. It is often used in the following form, called the Zipf-Mandelbrot law. So this linguistic law of word choice, word usage, often like content. The number one content producer produces twice as much content as the number two content worker, and this graphical representation of just a statistical analysis, like for word choice ratio rule. So if it's like the 80-20 rule, where 80% of your sales come from 20% of your customers, and maybe the number one customer does twice as much sales as the number two, and three times as much sales as the number three, and so on and so on. So just thought that was a little bit interesting. Yeah, the multiple truth hypothesis is potentially original content, although it's still more an idea. So I would like to develop it more. So like to move in, because you look at 1%, like I'm just talking about it, and I'm talking about other ideas that I'm trying to research to get into it. Dave Gustav Herdon gives better founded, more accurate relations relative to absolute frequencies versus Zipf in his studies on lexicostatistics. Yeah, I appreciate maybe if you want to link that article in the chat, you can. Maybe I'll look at it a future time. It's a little bit technical and mathematical, so I'm just mentioning for now. Maybe in the future. It's an important principle that applies to a whole bunch of things, and there's a lot of studies. So Dave's familiar with this, and there's more research on it. But I'm just briefly bringing this in. So related to my expertise, here's a new chess coach trainer, and he's somewhat advertising like a new chess method and like meta rules. DailyInsanity is his title. I'm not sure if he gives the name. Jack Puccini from Australia, chess trainer and coach, and he's kind of trying to meta look at rules for chess and how they might come down. If you're looking at like a chart where how a person, the thought process for making a chess decision related to improvement, because he's a chess coach, like Doooovid. But so chess improvement is looking decision making, and like the occasional position are known positions, and those are memorization, but the most are unknown positions, where the main thing is evaluation and the creation of rules. And he's trying to break down what are these principles that you use to make better decisions, and how that might affect training methods in chess. So let me just read a tiny bit part of the Axiom system, part 1. I'm writing this because I came to believe that much of modern chess culture is involved in a deep self-deception. As an adult newcomer to chess might find themselves simultaneously impressed yet overwhelmed by the game's extensive literature, rich knowledge base, and specialized terminology, a game that might seem relatively simple at first, but reveals layers of complexity to those who delve deeper. Overall, one might get the impression that they are entering into a realm where expertise has been layered and cultivated over time. Like many who have taken up chess in their youth, I've been deeply immersed in this culture for most of my life. However, in recent years, I've found myself becoming increasingly disenchanted with it. I'm writing this because I've come to believe that much of modern chess culture is involved in a deep self-deception. It generally presents its core beliefs with unwavering confidence in a stoic facade. However, upon closer examination of its responses to the most critical questions, one discovers a surprising shallowness. My critique is not related to our proficiency at the game, rather in relation to how we conceptualize the different aspects of the game, especially in relation to its practical side. I find that many of the accepted ways of describing chess and how it is played paint a picture that is largely divorced from reality. There are several consequences of this distorted view, one significant outcome being that numerous widely endorsed approaches to chess improvement lack a solid foundation. In this series of articles, I aim to justify 3 of these statements. Introduction to the Axiom system. That being said, I've never been a fan of armchair critics. Therefore, I've been crafting my own framework for understanding practical chess, which I'm calling the Axiom system. I named it such because the concept of an axiom plays a significant role within the system, but also simply because I like the look and sound of the word axiom. If you clicked on this article, you may have thought I was referring to a new opening system or something similar. However, this article, as well as others in the series, will not be focusing on the latest opening trend or anything similar. Rather, we will be focusing on the meta chess ideas. I've been working on these ideas for some time now, but have recently thought that I may as well write some articles to share them. Bit by bit, this article will serve as the introduction. I'm aware that this may all seem a bit abstract so far. However, as we delve deeper into the subsequent articles, I provide clear, actionable insights designed to enhance your chess skills in an attempt to give at least some ideas of what I'm talking about. I've been thinking of a way to summarize the essence of the critique in a simple way, and I've come up with the following. Remembering the following is simply a large world view of the critique. We will be much more rigorous and precise in subsequent articles. Descriptive versus practical chess. Much of the chess culture takes descriptive perspective. It attempts to describe the various aspects of chess positions. We define terms to describe positions such as double pawns, bad bishops, outposts, color concepts, complexes, and so on. This is similar to when, for instance, an entomologist attempts to identify, categorize, and ultimately describe different types of insects. It is very much an academic process. This approach not only describes the game, but also theorizes relationships between these terms. For example, the same variation of the King's Indian defense is not so crucial because it heavily weakens white central dark square complex. In other words, it seeks to establish a logic of chess, so to speak. The general approach to chess focuses on the chess position itself rather than the player looking at the position. This distinction may seem subtle now, but its significance will become clear in the subsequent discussion. This is all well and fine and even interesting in its own right. However, while much emphasis is placed on the descriptive perspective in chess, little is said about chess from a practical point of view. This is especially strange given that most people are concerned with the practical nature of chess, that is, becoming a better chess player, than they are about constructing a third-person logic of chess. Hardly anyone is specifically interested in this. You may think, of course, people talk about the practical side of chess. Discussions about aspects like confidence psychology and time management are indeed common. However, these topics still skim the surface of a more fundamental issue, addressing the question, how do we actually make decisions when we play chess? Through exploration of this question, we will be able to arrive at a more fruitful answers to the questions of chess improvement that many seek. In summarizing my critique, the essence is that chess culture has implicitly favored a descriptive lens as the optimal way to discuss practical chess improvements. We often assume that the defined descriptive concepts are the best tools for enhancing one's play. However, I believe this assumption is misguided. Analogy to football, descriptive versus practical insights. To illustrate this distinction between the descriptive and the practical, let's consider soccer or football. If you're a fan of the sport, then you may have seen a pundit analyze certain passage of play. For example, consider Thierry Henry's recent detailed analysis of Kylian Mbappe's goal, where he dissected the effectiveness of Mbappe's coordination and shooting technique. Well, we could develop a set of concepts and terminology to describe these observations, a sort of logic of football. Such analysis, though interesting, is not especially useful for someone aspiring to improve their football skills. It is crucial to note that Mbappe didn't rely on theoretical framework or make conscious calculation during the play. His actions were instinctive, honed through practical experience rather than descriptive analysis. I think this fact is rather uncontroversial. Therefore, we have a differentiation between the descriptive and the practical, and moreover, we appreciate that they are relatively independent. The disconnection in chess. Contrastingly, in chess, discussion about practical improvement heavily relies on tools borrowed from the descriptive realm. Sometimes these tools are useful, but more often they are not. The goal of the Axiom system is simple: lay the groundwork for more comprehensive practical perspectives of chess. Instead of describing chess itself, we aim to describe how we play chess. Instead of analyzing, documenting why Mbappe's movements are effective, we aim to analyze how we can become closer to performing like Mbappe ourselves. I can already sense the objection forming in the reader's mind. Of course, descriptive concepts like double pawns and weak squares are necessary for understanding and improving at chess. However, I urge you to hold any judgments for now, as I am yet to make any arguments at all. I am simply asserting certain statements for the purpose of previewing the general type of conclusions we will arrive at when I present my arguments in subsequent writings. Just as an entomologist who has landed on Earth for the first time and is tasked with forming a descriptive view of insects from scratch, we will similarly start from the beginning to develop our practical view of chess. The reasons for which I will explain in the next article. A short note on the challenge of communication, the 3 C's. Though my experience in content creation and presenting arguments across various topics, I have formulated what I call the 3 C's when presenting an argument. Clarity and conciseness, conciseness and comprehensiveness, clarity and comprehensiveness. So people who want to learn more about this, they could look at this, but it was a little bit interesting, a different approach to chess. And I say, rather than focusing on the technicalities of chess, to try to look at the person, the thinking, the decision-making process, which is maybe somewhat similar to what I'm trying to do. Although, like I said, if we're moving into the multifactorial approaches about talent and the cognitive architectures, for example, we looked at a lot of the cognitive architectures. These are reverse anthropomorphization. So we're looking at how computers do things and analyzing and how that could apply to the human mind. And generally that's through computational methods. Computers make computations step by step, and similar to the human mind, as opposed to the human mind, like this question of general intelligence, talent factor, as opposed to like chunking theory of Gobet and Erickson, that if there is a talent, then it's like a question of why some people chunk better than others, but the talent is basically breaking down into components, and then those components are chunked, and conceivably there's nothing unique to a given person. It's the components of the given skill that have to be mastered, and there's nothing specific about the person. I mean, there could be various cognitive abilities, forms of general intelligence that will allow one person to progress through the steps quicker than the next. And that still might be accepted, that there's certain stages of concept learning formation that everybody has to get through, and just having more talent will allow you to accelerate through them at a quicker pace. So hopefully we'll continue with that. And so I'm going to read these long articles on talent, its development, and giftedness education. It is almost like the final part of my research on expertise. I mean, it's endless. There's countlessly more. But after this, I will basically covered all of an advanced introduction to all of the major topics. We've looked at memory, language, cognitive architectures, stages of expertise, transfer. And so the last main thing we have to look at is this question of innate talent, genetic talent, and then a multifactorial approach, which also relates to the multiple truth hypothesis of the nature of truth being undecipherable, having multi-factors and the different factors having different weights, and even those multiple factors with different weights constantly changing. And then saying an individual, so like for talent acquisition, not only would there be multiple factors with different weights, and that would be different. There would be averages across groups, but it would be different for individuals, and it would change over time. So it makes them very complicated. So the first paper we're going to look at is talent and its development, an emergent epigenetic model. And this one's actually somewhat mathematical. And then the other one, rethinking giftedness and gifted education, a proposed directional forward based on psychological science. It's pretty long, and it is a long overview of various aspects. So, we read the critique of hereditarianisms and group differences in IQ. That's a topic we might return to. So let me just pour a drink, say a prayer. Okay. So these are both pretty long. Probably take a good few hours to read just these two articles, let's say. Okay, tonight's the 34th night of the Omer. So Oswald, if you're still there, this stuff's pretty interesting, but they're kind of long technical articles, but you got to move forward with the research. Okay, talent. And its development in Emergent and Epigenic Model by Dean Keith Simonton, UC Davis. Although superior performance in games, sports, science, and arts are often ascribed to talent, the hypothesized phenomenon may not be fully understood unless it is conceived as a multidimensional and multiplicative development process. This point is elaborated in the form of a two-part emergent epigenetic model. The emergent part treats domain specificity, profile heterogeneity, cross-sectional distributions, and predictability, familiar heritability, and domain complexity. The epigenetic part treats early versus late bloomers, early signs, cross-sectional distributions across the lifespan, talent loss, and shifts in talent domain, and longitudinal predictability. Besides explaining the available cross-sectional and longitudinal data, the resulting model has critical implications for how to best investigate the development of exceptional performance in all talent domains. Among the oldest and most persistent debates in the behavioral sciences concerning the relative importance of genetic endowment and environmental experience in the development of the human individual. Indeed, Francis Galton, 1874, first explicitly labeled the problem the nature-nurture issue well over a century ago. The controversy has had many manifestations, but among the most hotly contested involves the closely related phenomenon of genius and talent. At one extreme is the position that exceptional ability of any kind is a powerful inherited component. This view was expressed by John Dryden's famous remark that genius must be born and never can be taught. Galton himself was an early scientific advocate of this point of view. In his 1869 book Hereditary Genius, Galton documented the existence of extensive family pedigrees for achievement domains as diverse as politics and religion, science and music, and competitive wrestling and rowing. On the other extreme are those who affirm that environmental factors, especially arduous education and training, deserve the credit for the emergence of talent and genius. For example, Sir Joshua Reynolds once advised students of the Royal Academy of Arts, "You must have no dependence on your own genius. If you have great talents, industry will improve them. If you have but moderate abilities, industry will supply their deficiency. Nothing is denied to well-directed labor. Nothing is to be attained without it." Not to enter into metaphysical discussions about the nature essence of genius, I will venture to assert that assiduity unabated by difficulty and a disposition eagerly directed to the object of its pursuits will produce effects similar to those which some called the result of natural powers. Pablo Sarasate, the violin virtuoso and composer, noticed a similar viewpoint more humorously after a critic hailed him as a genius. A genius. For 37 years, I practiced 14 hours a day, and now they call me a genius. In recent years, psychologists have increasingly favored this nurture account over the nature explanation. In the first place, investigations that unearth a huge inventory of familiar educational, social, cultural environments that apparently contribute to development in a wide range of talent domains. Even more significant is the contemporary research that demonstrates the supreme role that laborious preparation plays in the development of the so-called talent. Especially crucial is the role of what Erickson and his colleagues have labeled deliberate practice. It has been shown that individual differences in performance in a wide diversity of talent domains can be largely attributed to the number of hours devoted to the distinct acquisition of the necessary knowledge and skills. This demonstration is reinforced by the often weak and inconsistent evidence on behalf of inborn talent. Some investigators have been even suggested that the notion of talent or innate genius may be a pure myth. Needless to say, the question has much more than purely academic interest. The greatest creators, leaders, athletes, performers, and others exceptional achievers almost invariably find themselves honored with monuments, medals, awards, prizes, applause, and other forms of widespread and very often enduring acclaim. Hence, exceptional performance is, in most talent domains, patently constitutes a culturally valued behavior. Furthermore, the notion that some people are born with more talent than others is firmly ingrained in everyday psychology. Talent is frequently evoked as an explanatory principle by parents, teachers, and researchers and practitioners in the field of gifted education. So the resolution of the issue goes well beyond the abstract nature-nurture debate. Educational systems, and especially gifted educational programs, must be adjusted accordingly to the facts of the case. Certainly, programs dedicated to early identification of talented children would lack scientific and even moral justification if the phenomenon of giftedness could be totally explained in terms of nurture rather than nature. Such practical implications render all the more urgent a scientific resolution of the long-term controversy. The answer must ultimately decide whether psychological science will make any practical contributions to the conversation of potential talent to actual achievement. As someone who's devoted more than a quarter of a century to discovering the environmental factors behind talent development, my professional inclination is to assign more weight to nurture than nature. Nonetheless, the talent hypothesis must receive a fair and thorough scientific evaluation. It remains possible that a consequential proportion of the variance in exceptional performance is explicable in terms of innate capacities. Therefore, for both theoretic and practical reasons, it is incumbent on psychologists to estimate the proportion as accurately as possible. Yet a precise evaluation of the contribution of such genetic factors is highly contingent on how talent is conceived to operate during the course of development. It is on this score that previous research may have failed. That is, talent may be a much more complicated process than assumed in most investigations. By working with overly simplistic conceptions of talent, investigators might have looked for evidence by methods that necessarily underestimated its significance. Hence, my purpose here is to present what might constitute a more realistic, but thus more complicated, model of talent and its development. I begin by defining exactly what the term talent is taken to mean throughout this article. Given that definition, I then develop a more complex theoretical model of talent. Once this model has been sufficiently elaborated, it will be subjected to an extensive empirical evaluation, including a detailed discussion of what psychologists must do to assess talent in specific domain of exceptional performance. Talent definition. According to the American Heritage Electronic Dictionary, the primary definition of talent is a marked innate ability, where innate means possessed at birth, inborn, and inborn means possessed by an organism at birth, inherited, or hereditary. This accepted usage needs only modest elaboration to provide the foundation for the present theoretical model. In particular, talent is here defined as an innate quality that enables an individual to display exceptional high performance in a domain that requires special skills and training. Such talent domains may include activities as diverse as entrepreneurial leadership, artistic creativity, Olympic sports, competitive chess, and concert performance. In contrast, having the ability to wiggle your ears would not be considered a talent by this restrictive definition, because highly specialized instruction and practice are probably not critical to the manifestation of this behavior. Two features of this definition deserve special emphasis. Deliberate practice and other forms of expertise acquisition are assumed rather than dismissed, although there exist occasional anecdotes about untrained talents emerging de novo, like the rather casual manner in which Paul Robeson launched his illustrious singing career. Such instances are probably too infrequent and poorly documented to count as serious scientific data. Besides, the most useful definition of talent is that which applies to the largest number of individual cases and to the greatest variety of talent domains. By those criteria, considering training, coaching, and practicing must be presupposed. According to this definition, talent is necessarily innate. The capacity is considered to be innate when it consists of one or more components that feature substantial or non-trivial heritable coefficients. It is significant that the innate capacity is said to comprise all attributes that directly or indirectly facilitate extraordinary performance in qualifying domain. These attributes may entail cognitive abilities and styles, motives and needs, personality traits and profiles, and interest or values. It does not matter what the endowed attributes are, so long as they enhance performance in the domain. By the same token, it is deemed irrelevant whatever may be the precise manner in which the traits contribute to enhancement. The contribution may involve either the acquisition of domain-relevant expertise or the overt manifestation of that acquired expertise. To illustrate the former possibility, one study of 120 classical composers found that the most eminent composers had less formal music training before taking up a composition and had less compositional practice before they began to make lasting contributions to the classical repertoire. This result implies that the greatest composers could master the materials and techniques on their own talent domain at a faster rate than their less distinguished colleagues. Such precocious acquisition parallels the common conception of innate intellectual ability as supporting the accelerated mastery of knowledge and skills. Although it is customary to think of such phenomenon as entailing cognitive abilities, accelerated expertise acquisition could just as well ensue from dispositional attributes such as unusual energy and special interest, which maintain the intensity and focus of the required learning and practice. By contrast, some attributes may operate later in talent development or by directly affecting performance rather than expertise acquisition. This is some aspiring talents may suffer from personal handicaps that prevent them from doing as well as they might during practice sessions. For example, some athletes and performers can suffer from the frustrating liability that they too often choke under pressure or experience stage fright no matter how well they practice in a given maneuver, routine, or presentation. If this involuntary disruption of performance arises from an overly reactive sympathetic nervous system, and if the emotional responsiveness has a sufficiently large hereditary coefficient, then this would also count as part of the innate capacity required by the adopted definition. Apropos of such possibilities, the Canadian golfer Mo Norman has been identified as someone whose distinctive temperament and attitude may interfere at their performance level in the talent domain. Despite his becoming a phenomenally skilled golfer by means of prodigious amount of deliberate practice, his personality seemed to lack what it takes to make it equally big in the world of competitive sports. Admittedly, probably not all psychologists would accept the foregoing definition without qualifications. On the one hand, some investigators may think that the current definition is too narrow, for it is conceivable that talent might be innate without being genetic. Specifically, various prenatal influences can shape personal characteristics independent of genetic effects. A highly relevant example is the Giftedness hypothesis that testosterone levels in the intrauterine environment may determine early brain development and thereby affect the emergence of certain talents. Nevertheless, not only does this conjecture remain highly controversial, but in addition, the proposed development phenomenon would apply only to a restricted subset of domains. Hence, the definition selected here has the asset of maximal applicability. Besides the existence of non-genetic innate capacities, would in most instances serve only to strengthen the main thesis of this article, which is to document the heterogeneous and intricate nature of talent. On the other hand, some researchers may believe that the chosen definition is too broad. Genetic factors that facilitate performance are lumped together with those that accelerate acquisition, and there exists no explicit provisions that the genetic factors be highly specific to that talent domain. Yet I maintain that an inclusive definition remains closest to the common meaning of the term. What really matters is whether there exists some innate endowment that enhances exceptional performance, not the exact nature of the endowment or how it especially operates. If otherwise, then psychologists would be obliged to embrace the cumbersome fourfold typology of potential genetic influences, specific versus general factors that directly affect performance in a talent domain, and specific versus general factors that primarily affect expertise acquisition within that domain. Complicating matters all the more is that the fact that there exist degrees of specificity and generality, the variable number of domains to which endowed traits are pertinent. Height, for instance, is relevant for political leadership, just as it is for certain sports. In addition, there certainly exist factors that may operate on both acquisition and performance levels, but in varying amounts depending on the domain. The ability to sustain focused attention on a single task. It is accordingly far more theoretically elegant to posit that having a talent for superior attainment within a domain is simply an integrated function of traits that might fall within one or more of these four classes of genetic factors. The detailed partitioning of these various influences then become a useful problem left for research into the basis of particular talents. Model formation. The above definition provides the basis for a two-part model of talent. The first part describes individual differences, whereas the second part examines how these individual differences develop across the formative years of a person's life. Emergent individual differences. The model begins by assuming that endowment capacity consists of multiple components. In line with the definition given above, these components entail all physical, physiological, cognitive, and dispositional traits that facilitate the manifestation of superior expertise in the talent domain. Although most of these components might be somewhat domain specific, some undetermined number may be rather generic, like general intelligence. Whatever the details, the K components that define the domain can be designated into components, a list of components. Let us assume that each component is assessed on a ratio scale with a true 0 point that represents the complete absence of this trait. To simplify the derivations, these components are presumed to be uncorrelated. Later, I examine what happens if one alters these and other simplifying assumptions. Now, the potential level of talent is some integrative function of the K components. One obvious possibility is to conceive the composite talent as a simple weighted linear sum of the contributing components. Such a summation procedure would be consistent with the general linear model that figures so prominently in the psychological science. The predicted value of the dependent variable in a multiple regression is taken as a weighted sum of the independent variables, whereas each component in a principal component analysis is defined by the weighted sum of the items. Although such linear additive models seem natural and simple, I argue that a weighted multiplicative model may often better accommodate the genuine complexities of the phenomenon in many talent domains. So let's posit that where P, the potential talent for the individual, where C is the individual score of the component, and W is the weight given to each component. Observe that the component weights do not insert the index for the case number, for according to the theory, these weights are dictated by the specific requirement for accomplishment performance in a given talent domain. The symbol, what's a capital omega, forget the Greek letter, specifies that the components are multiplied together. This requires that the weights function as exponents rather than as factors, which occur in the additive model. The specific magnitudes of the weights depend on the variance of the components and, most critically, on the nature of the talent domain. The domain contingent specification of the weights reflects the fact that even very similar talents probably do not require the same mix of underlying facilitative traits. For example, excellent motor coordination is far more important for music performance than it is for music composition, just as height is more critical for basketball than it is for ping pong. Likewise, a general component such as sperm in G would presumably have more influence for highly intellectual talents such as chess than for less intellectualized talents such as boxing. In part, a multiplicative model may often be chosen over an additive one in order to recognize a fundamental reality. If someone has absolutely no capacity in just one of the essential components, then the person cannot possibly display any talent potential. In different terms, the absence of a single required component can exert veto power over the expression of the complicit characteristic. To offer an extreme but uncontroversial case, an individual who is completely colorblind cannot possibly exhibit any talent outside the domain of monochromatic visual art. The multiplicative model is also more consistent with current conceptions of creativity, genius, and outstanding achievement. Of these several applications, it is the emergent model of lichen that has the most relevance here. The concept of emergenesis was inspired by certain peculiar research findings in the behavior genetic study of twins. Because monozygotic twins inherit identical genotypes, such twins tend to be extremely similar in both physical and physiological attributes. Dizygotic twins, by comparison, are no more similar genetically than our regular full siblings. Nonetheless, such fraternal twins share enough genes that they should exhibit a certain amount of similarity on the great many characteristics. Even so, for some traits, monozygotic twins are too similar relative to digyzotic twins. That is a physical or psychological attribute that shows no heritability in fraternal twins, and other siblings might display remarkably high heritability for identical twins. This would happen when the trait in question requires the simultaneous presence of several separate traits, each of which is inherited independently. If one monozygotic twin inherits the entire collection, its twin will obviously do so as well, but it should be extremely unlikely that the two siblings originating from different zygotes would inherit all the requisite traits together. In general, an individual difference variable is emergent when it consists of multiple genetic components, all of which must be inherited for the main character to appear at all. The confluence of these diverse but well-defined traits is what underlies a new, more comprehensive emergent trait. Because emergenic attributes are configurational, the genotypic whole is greater than the mere sum of its genetic parts. The paradoxical upshot is that a characteristic can be highly inheritable and yet exhibit little or no tendency towards familial inheritance. Like in 1982, stated that each emergenesis may help explain the emergence of exceptional talents. For existence, he applied the concept to explain the astonishing mathematical talent of Carl Friedrich Gauss, a genius whose ability had no anticipation among his progenitors, nor any residual among his progeny. Newton, Shakespeare, Michelangelo, and Beethoven offer comparable illustrations. Lycan also used this explanatory principle to explain why the great Triple Crown racehorse Secretariat was unable to sire offspring with comparable success. The same researchers have also speculated that physical attractiveness may entail a special configuration of inherited features that make this characteristic emergent, a significant contingency insofar as some achievement domains, such as acting, telecasting, and modeling, may include good looks among the essential components. Later, I review the behavioral genetic evidence that some extremely consequential talents may have an emergenic foundation. This emergenic model definition by equation 1 has 6 major implications for comprehending individual differences in talents. These concern the domain specificity of talent, the heterogeneity of component profiles within talent domain, the skewed frequency distribution of talent magnitude, the attenuated predictability of talent, the low familial inheritability of talent, and the variable complexity of talent domains. Domain specificity and of talent. Instead of a single highly specialized component that determines performance in talent domain, the model substitutes a multiplicative composite of separate components, each component with its own distinctive weight. In that more complicated sense, an individual's talent potential remains domain specific. The way defines a highly specific profile of genetic attributes required for success in a particular domain. A gifted child may be a highly talented musician, but very poor at arithmetic, assuming that the weight for arithmetic ability is 0. Beethoven provides a prime example, an exalted musical talent with virtually no mathematical ability and only passable skill in the verbal domain. On the other hand, the domain specificity of the weighted multiplicative composite does not imply that all of the K components making up the trait configuration will themselves be domain specific. On the contrary, a great many components with non-zero weights may have relevance for 2 or more talent domains, and some may even be pertinent for all domains of achievement. Besides Spearman's G, these generic contributions to talent might include energy, enthusiasm, persistence, independence, and ego strength. There might even occur domainless talents that consist of nothing other than these generic traits. Such genetic talent might then be channeled by idiosyncratic life experiences towards the development of exceptional expertise within a specialized domain. Such a process would fit Samuel Johnson's assertion that true genius is a mind of large general powers accidentally determined to some particular direction. If a person scores high enough on all the participating components, they might even attain distinction solely for their immense generic potential alone. Someone like Merlin Vas Savant, who has quite successfully capitalized on her possession of the world's highest IQ, according to the Guinness Book of World Records, might offer an example. These possibilities aside, the crucial point is this: the specificity of talent may often reside not in any highly specialized component, but rather in the specific weighted multiplicative integration of the contributing innate components. Heterogeneity of component profiles within a talent domain. Although talent potential is domain specific in terms of the component weights, it is by no means constitutes a homogeneous dimension in the population of individuals exhibiting equally high levels of the talent under scrutiny. This pervasive heterogeneity arises because talent potential was assumed to consist of multiple components that enter into trade-off relationships by means of the hypothesized multiplicative function. Stated more formally, even though there may exist 2 individuals that have equal potential, that does not imply that the components are equal. So long as neither person is lacking any essential component, the trait profiles of the various components may diverge appreciably, so much so that they may look like rather different talents. One piano prodigy might have a better rhythmic sense, another a superior feel for melodic line, but their overall talent as judged by performance in piano competitions may be indistinguishable. Some of the conceivable variations in component profiles is displayed in Table 1. This shows a hypothetical case of 5 children with equivalent talent scores, but with highly disparate scores on the 3 contributing components. Only the first child exhibits more or less equal scores on all 3 components, whereas the remaining 4 exhibit various types of inequalities. The 5th child has virtually all of his talent concentrated in the first component. It should be obvious that the number of permissible component profiles among equally talented children is essentially infinite. The same heterogeneity holds for the absolutely untalented, because it takes only one component of 0 for potential to equal 0, and because any number of components may take 0 value, there are many different pathways that result in a failure to exhibit talent. Specifically, there exist 2 to the k minus 1 alternative routes to the lack of talent. With just 10 prerequisites, there will appear 1,023 distinct ways of failing to display talent. Even with only 3 essential components in a talent domain, there will be 7 different varieties of the untalented. These 7 possibilities are shown in Table 2. Notice that at least one component, if at least one component is absent, the remaining components can't have any values whatsoever, immensely increasing the available diversity of trait profiles. Thus, neither the talented nor the untalented must necessarily reveal characteristic trait profiles according to the Emergenic model. Even in a relatively simple domain, the talent equivalent of a decathlon, the number of ways of winning and losing are truly unlimited. Skewed frequency distribution of talent magnitude. According to the model, exceptional talent should be extremely rare. This fits most dictionary definitions of the concept, which emphasize the rarity of the attribute. It is a quality that many lack. Only a few can claim to have a high degree. The reasons for this inequitable distribution of talents are twofold. There may exist a large proportion of children in a given population for whom the potential equals 0, simply because these children have at least one component, essential component, that equals 0. These children are, strictly speaking, untalented for all domains that require those specific abilities, motives, interests, or values. A child who has absolutely no capacity for self-discipline and hard work may be unsuitable to achieve any achievement domain that presumes extensive and intensive deliberate practice. Under a multiplicative model of talent, the predicted probability distribution across any sufficiently large number must be highly skewed right. The vast majority of the cases will be clumped in the lower end of the distribution, with one standard deviation below the mean. Only a minority will enjoy above average scores, and a tiny elite will occupy the long upper tail that stretches out a dozen or more standard deviations above the mean. For example, if all the component traits are normally distributed, their product will exhibit a log normal distribution, but it does not really matter how the component scores are distributed to obtain this result. Even if their cross-sectional distributions feature a rectilinear distribution, the distribution of potential talents will be highly skewed. The predicated rarity of talent may be illustrated by a simple demonstration published many years ago. Suppose that there exist just 2 factors underlying a particular behavior. These factors are assumed to be measured on the same 5-point ratio score, including the 0 point. In addition, the scores of the 2 factors are assumed to be distributed according to the binomial law. That is, the frequencies are set to the proportions to 1, 4, 6, 4, 1. In percentages, these proportions become 6 1/4, 25, 37 1/2, 25, and 6 1/4. This distribution is the discrete approximation of the continuous normal distribution. Although the distribution for these 2 components is accordingly symmetric, their product will not be. In particular, recalling the multiplicative score, the same 5 categories of the components, the percentages become 49.6, 36, 10.9, 3.1, 0.4. Almost exactly half of all children will fall into the lowest group, and 12% will have no talent whatsoever. In contrast, less than 0.5% will boast the highest possible talent potential. Obviously, unlike the bell-shaped curve of the 2 participating factors, the multiplicative combination is very much skewed right. The highest levels of talent will be extreme as they are rare. Attenuated predictability of talent. It is crucial to recognize that the previous implication is unique to a multiplicative model. If one uses an alternative additive formulation, one would not predict a large proportion of untalented people. The latter outcome would require a large number of people for whom the component equals 0 in every component, and unlikely the possibility in comparison to the requirement that only one component equals 0. Likewise, the skewed distribution is required for a multiplicative model, but must be contrived in an additive model. In general, the sum of normally distributed traits will also be normally distributed. Indeed, usually even more so than its components. For example, the distribution of scores on an ability test with a random mixture of items of varying difficulty will be normal. In any case, these distinctive features of multiplicative model have a critical methodological consequence. The correlation between performance of any particular component across a sample size will be noticeably reduced. This prediction of attenuation arises from 3 sources. One, many of these children will have at least one component equal 0 and hence the performance equals 0, may have extremely high scores on one or more of the remaining K-1 components. This possibility is indicated in Table 2, where the untalented can be shown to have drastically variable component profiles. This would fill any data set with cases where the expected proportional relationships between an investigated component and the complicit talent will be violated. In other words, there will be many instances where a child who scores very highly in a particular component will nonetheless be counted among those with no talent. 2, even for those for whom the performance is greater than 0 because the components greater than 0 for all cases, the nonlinear, non-additive trade-off relationship among the several components would again work to undermine the empirical component talent correlations as is apparent from inspection of Table 1. Many children might have similar levels of talent potential, but rather disparate scores on the participating components. This heterogeneity then lowers the predictability of the talent using component scores. Because the distribution of talent would be far more skewed than the distribution of the talent components, the expected correlations will be reduced. Even a multiple regression analysis will not circumvent this problem because the linear composite will most likely have a roughly normal distribution. The repercussion would then be a larger number of residual outliers in the extreme upper tail of the distribution. These outliers are used with talent so exceptional that they cannot be adequately explained by a linear additive model. The above predicate failure would emerge even if all relevant variables were incorporated into the regression equation and all were measured with perfect reliabilities. The only route to explaining 100% of the variance is to fit an explicitly multiplicative model, a rather rare statistical practice in the behavioral sciences. Low familial inheritability of talent. A second methodological implication of the multiplicative model also has a critical conceptual implications. Contrary to what Galton and others have tried to demonstrate, exceptional talent would not necessarily be expected to exhibit genetically based family pedigrees. Because talent has been conceived as an emergenic trait, it would appear only sporadically, if at all, in family lines. Most strikingly, this result would hold even if all the K components had heritable coefficients of unity. Even under such unlikely circumstances, it may take an extreme stroke of luck for all siblings in a family to inherit all necessary traits. Only if the talent can be found in both parental and maternal lines for several generations would such an outcome seem likely at all. The extensive pedigree of the Bach family could possibly represent one of these rare instances, for Johann Sebastian Bach came from a very long line of musical talents. There was even a high degree of assortative mating on this trait, as intimated in Bach's Anna Magdalena notebook, written explicitly for his musically gifted second wife. Nevertheless, for reasons to be discussed later, the pedigree method does not provide the most conclusive approach to testing this particular implication of the model. A better method would be to utilize twins. Monozygotic twins should exhibit highly correlated talents, whereas dizygotic twins should exhibit talents no more correlated than seen in unrelated individuals or in regular siblings. To underline the unusual nature of this pattern, it must be recalled to a commonplace method for estimating heritabilities is to compare the difference between the interclass correlations for monozygotic and dizygotic twins. The specific formula where H squared is the heritable coefficient, R is the interclass correlation for monozygotic twins, and RDZ is the interclass correlation for dizygotic twins. Clearly, this formula must routinely yield implausibly high estimates in instances of emergent traits. Indeed, heritable estimates can exceed unity even in large samples. This reflects the fact that this formula assumes additive genetic variance in contrast to emergenic inheritance. The interclass correlation for digyzotic twins would otherwise depart appreciably from 0 and thus considerably lower than the difference. In this latter instance, family members will be more similar in their talents. Variable complexity of talent domains. It is now opportune to make explicit a significant feature of the model defined in equation 1. I've left open the value of K, the parameter that indicates the number of innate components essential for performance in a talent domain. It seems reasonable to postulate that this parameter varies from domain to domain. Some domains are complex with rather large Ks, whereas others are simple with quite small Ks. Given this interdomain variability, one can inquire regarding the consequences of increasing the number of components defining a talent domain. The repercussions essentially repeat most of the implications already discussed, but allot them much uh, greater emphasis. On average, as K increases for a domain, component profiles become even more heterogeneous for both talented and untalented individuals with respect to the domain. The frequency distributions of talent magnitude become more skewed, and the proportion of untalented individuals increases. Talent becomes increasingly less predictable from either the components separately or from some linear additive composite of those components, and there appears extreme outliers on the upper end of the distribution, and the familiar heritability of the talent declines as accomplishment of the domain becomes increasingly emergenic and odds of inheriting the entire configuration even more small. To illustrate, let us examine two contrasting cases. At one end, a domain where K equals 1, an instance that might be intellectual giftedness exclusively defined by intelligence test that loads most heavily on Spearman's G. Terman's 1925 gifted children, for example, were identified as geniuses according to their performance on the Stanford Binet IQ test, which measures mostly general intelligence. Clearly, such a talent has no latitude for heterogeneity. To the extent that the test measures a single latent variable, there will be but one path to a high score, getting all or most of the questions right. Furthermore, the distribution of such talent is very closely normal, and there exists virtually no person who can be said to exhibit no talent at all, zero intelligence. At the same time, the talent is highly predictable because the talent and its latent component are synonymous within the limits of measurement error. Finally, as well-known, general intelligence exhibits exceptionally high degree of familial inheritance, perhaps the greatest of all major psychological attributes. It is not an emergent trait. At the other extreme is some talent domain where K is rather large. Opera composition, architecture, and choreography may all provide examples, but take choreography for an illustration. Although Gardner assigned Martha Graham to the kinesthetic intelligence, it is reasonable to assume that she and other successful choreographers required more than just that form of intellectual capacity. At the very minimum, choreography demands capacities in spatial, visual, and musical thinking. Sound interpretation skills are probably just as important in dealing with a dance company, and perhaps even some modicum of mathematical ability may be useful in the early years. Before the company can hire its own business director and accountant, it is also not unlikely that some interpersonal intelligence might facilitate the ability to introduce emotional depth into a particular choreographic interpretations. Hence, perhaps a talented choreographer needs tolerable scores on most of Gardner's several intelligence. Moreover, who knows what special muscular, skeletal, and physiological attributes are necessary to pursue the dancing career, what is invariably the first essential step to that choreography. Whatever the details, the multiplicative model leads us to expect that individuals displaying a choreographical talent will be highly heterogeneous. The talent would be very rare, with many untalented, even among dancers, and with a mere handful of persons boasting the lion's share of the total available talent. Lastly, choreographic talent would not be easily predicted even from component traits, and the talent itself would exhibit a strongly emergent form of inheritance. To make some of the above assertions more concrete, I conducted a Monte Carlo simulation of potential talent in domains that differ regarding this number of components. Specifically, each component was scored based on a 5-point uh, scale randomly generated using binomial distribution. 10 scores were produced for 1,000 cases. Because of the sample size, these randomly generated component scores were practically uncorrelated. The component weights for the multiplicative models were always set equal to unity. Similarly, the additive models were each defined as the simple unit weight sum of the K components. There is no stochastic component introduced into either set of models, so that talent potential was deterministic function of the components. The simulated scores for the multiplicative model were defined exactly according to equation 1. Table 3 presents the relevant univariate and multiple regression statistics with respect to for both the additive and multiplicative models. With respect to univariate statistics, it is clear that the multiplicative model generates even more extreme distributions as K increases. The means and standard deviations greatly enlarge, even though both statistics were divided by K to facilitate comparison. Skewedness and kurtosis dramatically expand as well, indicating that the distribution becomes increasingly skewed right, positive skewedness, and leptokurtic positive kurtosis. Stated less abstractly, the cases become even more bunched towards the lowest possible scores, with only but a small proportion of the cases exhibiting astronomically high scores. It is telling that the percentage of individuals having no talent goes from approximately 6 to 47%, or nearly half. Likewise, the maximum z-score, the mean derivation score, divided by the standard deviation, increases substantially so that in the 10-component situation, the most talented individual is 32 standard deviations above the mean. This contrasts greatly with the additive model, where the utterly untalented cannot appear in a hypothetical population even this large, unless k is very small. The complete absence of the totally untalented under the additive model reflects the fact that the probability of having all C components 0. Note finally that the additive model displays no tendency for the statistics to get more extreme, with the very modest exception of the maximum z-score. The multiple regression results show what happens when the potential talent scores are regressed onto the k-component scores across 10,000 simulated individuals. The statistics are tautological for the additive model. 100% of the variance is explained and the residual scores are 0. The standardized partial regression coefficient closely approximates the maximum possible size for the number of variables in the equation. By comparison, the standardized coefficients for the multiplicative model are noticeably smaller, especially under the 10-component condition. The proportion of variance explained in potential talent is considerably smaller as well. Just as telling is the fact that the maximum studentized residual becomes quite large as the number of components increases. A studentized residual of around 13 is remarkable enough, so 3 times larger is still even more so. Needless to say, there is no theoretical or empirical reason why k cannot exceed 10. For really complex domains such as opera composition, architecture, or choreography, all of the prominent trends shown in Table 3 would become exaggerated all the more so. This can be illustrated by increasing the maximum k by just 50%, or k equals 15. The distribution now features a skewedness of 28 and a maximum z-score of 57.5. More than 61% of the population would exhibit no talent. The R-squared shrinks by more than half to 0.12, so that only 12% of the variance is now predicted by a linear additive model. Exceptional talent in a 15-component domain would be rare and elusive indeed. Taking in sum, the weighted multiplicative model guides us to a rather more complicated understanding of how talent might operate among children, adolescents, and adults. As will become evident later, sufficient data can be marshaled in support of the model that it can be said to enjoy empirical plausibility as well. Okay, so this is pretty technical, a lot of stuff here, but so this is getting to the culmination of importance for my future research and be somewhat statistical and multifactorial. Epigenetic development. The individual differences model for all its potential unity remains too simplistic. The central deficiency is its static nature. Talent is implicitly conceived as a completely realized attribute bestowed at birth or even at the moment of conception. Each infant inherits a distinctive component profile, which then persists throughout the lifespan. The views seem uncomfortable to echo the outdated performantist doctrine in which the fertilized egg was a homunculus, a miniature version of the adult human being. The static conception of talent is plainly wrong. Talent development must instead entail some form of epigenesis. That is, starting with a relatively undifferentiated state, the various traits slowly appear and differentiate over time. After all, the diverse components that constitute a talent must ultimately depend on underlying neurological, muscular, skeletal, and physiological structures. These structures are not pre-wired at birth, but rather emerge gradually during the course of long-term interactions between the internally developing organism and appropriate environmental stimulation. Furthermore, because these diverse substrates have their own distinct epigenetic trajectories, the development of a talent must represent a highly dynamic process. Infancy, childhood, adolescence, and even adulthood we'll see the latent components undergoing various transformations. Two crucial factors of the hypothesized development process must be highlighted. One, the various innate components that make up talent can often develop more or less independently of each other. To some reasonable extent, components have a modular character. As a repercussion, the growth of various structures and functions can be governed by their own epigenetic rules. Two, to a very large extent, these epigenetic programs are subject to individual differences. A child might exhibit accelerated development on one component while displaying retarded or arrested development on another. Talent development can thus entail a highly idiosyncratic process. The reality of these two aspects is demonstrated by the extreme diversity of developmental pathways actually observed. The occurrence of autistic savants, for instance, provides ample evidence for the possibility that some components might develop at rates totally at variance with other components. A child might have arithmetic, musical, or artistic skills that few adults can match and yet be well behind the age group or even the most basic abilities needed for survival in the world. Asynchronous development is also apparent in many child prodigies, albeit the discrepancies are less dramatic. It is also commonplace to speak of early bloomers and late bloomers, an implicit acknowledgement that development patterns can vary tremendously from person to person. Therefore, the next step in the evolution of a more sophisticated model is to incorporate these complexities. I start by making explicit that the components are not static entities, but rather develop over the course of infancy, childhood, and adolescence, and adulthood. That is to say, each component is some function of time, so that the component of t is a function of t, where t represents age in years. By appending two indices, I and j, to the epigenic function, I'm making explicit that the development of trajectories may not be identical across all individuals. Consequently, equation 1 must now be changed to reflect the age dependency of composite talent. The question naturally arises what the age functions are for the various components. Let us posit the development of every component adopts the linear form, where S is the age at the development of component Cij first starts or kicks in for individuals I, whereas E is the age at which the development of the component ends for each individual. The remaining two parameters, A and B, are simply the coefficients of the linear equation, intercept and slope respectively, that define how scores on a given component change between S and E. Normally, A equals 0, except when development commences with a substantial jump start. On the other hand, most often B is greater than 0 to capture the positive growth trajectory for a particular trait. But see the latter discussion of talent loss. The linear function described in equation 3 can closely approximate various nonlinear developmental trajectories, including the logarithmic, logistic, and power functions. For example, the correlation between age and logarithm of age between up to 20 is 0.93, and the correlation between age and square root of age over the same interval is 0.99. Equation 3 can even precisely duplicate other developmental trends. In particular, if one makes the intercept A equals E and B equals 0, one obtains a step function where the component instantaneously reaches its maximum value when the component flares up at t equals s. Thus, the equation can accommodate, if necessary, any quantum leaps of or qualitative jumps in the emergence of genetically endowed trait. This epigenetic pattern might be most apt for what might happen for certain components at the onset of puberty, when many talents can undergo a rapid transformation in either a positive or negative direction. Most critically, even if the true developmental function for a particular component cannot be duplicated or approximated by the linear representation, it makes no difference for the theoretical implications anyway. All of the inferences drawn below really assume only that component values change with maturation. It would actually enhance the theoretical argument if one were to hypothesize more complex longitudinal trends. For instance, higher order polynomial developmental functions might account for the sporadic appearance of bursts and slumps, such as witnessed in the rather unsteady development of creative potential. In light of these considerations, the formulation given in equation 3 is used solely for the sake of argument. Despite any simplifications, linear epigenetic functions suffice to reveal the richer complexity of talent development. Specifically, the elaborated model contributes to our comprehension of the occurrence of early and late bloomers, the potential absence of early talent indicators, the age-dependent cross-sectional distribution of talent, the possibility of talent loss, the possible age dependence of the youth's optimal talent domain, and the increased obstacles to the prediction of talent. Occurrence of early and late bloomers. One now has formal means of representing the contrasting developmental trajectories of early and late bloomers. On the one hand, an early blooming talent is a child for whom S is small, even for most late maturing components for the given talent domain. In other words, the child prodigy in a domain is someone who gets it all together early. On the other hand, a late bloomer is someone for whom one or more components will not begin developmental growth until much later, such as adolescence or even older. More formally, for the latter class of talents, there must exist at least one S greater than 13 or some even later figure. Admittedly, these formulations are not all that profound, but one has thereby led to a more subtle aspect of the developmental divergence. There is basically only one way of becoming an early bloomer because all components must show precocious development, but there are K ways of becoming a late bloomer in a talent domain. Whichever talent component is the last to mature defines the particular manner in which a particular youth was held back. This is the first of several instances where superficially similar talents, in this case late bloomers whose talents blossomed at the same time, may have fundamentally distinct epigenetic histories. Another illustration of this crucial possibility immediately follows. Potential absence of early talent indicators. It would be of immense practical value if there were signs that occurred in the earliest years that would reliably predict the later emergence of full-blown talent. These signs could be then used for early identification of gifted children for special programs and instruction within a domain. If it requires a decade of intensive training and practice to acquire world-class competence in a talent domain, then an early start may be highly advantageous, although investigators have also suggested the occurrence of early signs such as early interest in singing for the musically talented. Empirical research has not always succeeded in finding truly dependable indicators of later talent. Yet, according to the emergent Epigenetic model, the existence of such precursor components is by no means essential for the operation of talent. To consider the most extreme case, one might conceive S as being a random variable across both components of individuals. This is the onset of development for any requisite trait, may occur at any time for any component for any person. If so, then there will be K alternative ways to commence the development of a particular talent. Any one of the K components may have the smallest starting age and thus be the first to launch talent growth. To be sure, one might argue that certain components must invariably occur before others. There might exist some a priori ordering to at least a subset of the components owing to the temporal sequences in the development of the supporting biological structures, yet unless the epigenetic ordering applies to all K components, one would still not predict the appearance of a reliable early indicator. For instance, suppose that all even-numbered components must appear in strict order and that all odd-numbered components might do the same. In music performance, the first series might represent the development of auditory discrimination, the second, the growth of manual dexterity. Then, whether talent development began with an odd or even-numbered component would still be subject to unpredictable individual differences. Two teenagers with precisely the same talent potential might have begun their talent development very differently a decade earlier, one with the first component of an even-numbered sequence and the other with that of an odd-numbered sequence. I must stress that the model does not predict that there exists no precursor trait for any talent domain. The model maintains only that the existence of such early indicators is not mandated for talent to exist as a genetic behavioral phenomenon. Therefore, the empirical absence of consistent signs cannot be taken as evidence against individual differences in domain-specific talents. Age-dependent cross-sectional distribution of talent. In line with the previous remarks, the cross-sectional distribution of talent should vary with age. At very young ages, for a large proportion of the population, indeed, these untalented individuals may constitute the overwhelming majority. Thus, the probability distribution of potential talent will be highly skewed with a modal score of P of potential equals 0. As T increases, the number of zero scores will decrease, and hence the number of potential talents will increase. However, the distribution will always be highly skewed owing to the multiplicative nature of the model. In fact, the variance of the cross-sectional distribution will increase as a cohort of youth matures. The larger the number of components that define the talent, the faster the rate at which this variation expands with age. Possibility of talent loss. Early bloomers and late bloomers do not exhaust the range of talent trajectories according to the current model. Once promising youth can also fail to realize their initial potential. Sometimes this results from certain quirks in cognitive development, such as the so-called midlife crisis that sometimes obstructs the maturation of musical talent. At other times, the youth experience some sort of burnout because of the social emotional obstacles and distractions. One off-cited example is the domain of mathematical giftedness is William James Sidis. The child prodigy entered Harvard University at the age of 11 as a freshman, delivered an impressive talk before the Harvard Mathematics Club, but he soon dropped out of school, sank into eccentric obscurity, and eventually ended up as a human calculating machine in the pre-computer era. No doubt many of these episodes in the history of child prodigies were the upshot of adverse environmental events and circumstances of various kinds. Robert Schumann's early ambition to become a piano prodigy was dashed by an injury to one of his fingers, for example. Nonetheless, according to the present model, such talent loss can just as well result from genetically controlled development. More precisely, the theory would lead us to define two distinct forms of talent loss, relative and absolute. Relative talent loss. This would occur when the potential of time t continues to increase with age, but a particular talent potential does not increase as rapidly in comparison with other members of the cohort or working within the same talent domain. For instance, it might hold so that at age 10, the two youths switch their rank order, holding environmental factors constant. Loss in rank is extremely critical in domains where only individuals who are best or near best have any chance of earning fame and fortune. In prestigious piano competitions, only a first place winner can have a reasonable expectation of securing lucrative recording contracts and concert tours. The faint praise fourth place or even runner-up sells neither compact disc nor concert tickets. Likewise, in Olympic sports, only the top three receive medals, and usually only the gold medalists can expect to actively be courted by companies seeking product endorsements. Theoretically, such relative talent loss is said to take place when a youth begins developing the relevant talent components in early age, but the rate of growth of those components is slower than in others who begin later, yet who exhibit faster rates of growth. Absolute talent loss. This would take place when the actual value of the potential talent for a particular youth declines after a particular age. More formally speaking, the slope of the developmental trajectory is no longer positive monotonic. This can occur when at least one essential component rapidly declines after a certain age, lowering the multiplicative composite score. For instance, a certain acceptable degree of mental health is probably mandatory for the manifestation of certain talents, such as sports. There are many cases of ever-growing mental illness eventually undermining talent. One real case became famous in the movie Shine, which tells the story of David Helfgott, a once phenomenal piano virtuoso. Such genetic destruction of talent may be accommodated by only a slight alteration in the linear equation given above. Specifically, one might posit that for some component of the trajectory described as follows, where A represents an initial acceptable level of component J, so S at the age at which the deterioration starts, and E the age at which it reaches a level of sufficient incapacity that the multiplicative product becomes zero. Because many detrimental development trends may not begin until puberty or even early adulthood, this process can thus account for a tragic loss of talent in the later years. However, the loss does not have to be complete. It may even involve nothing more than a slow decline into mediocrity. Of course, some detrimental effects may set in earlier and thereby prevent a once promising child from fully realizing early potential. The potential case is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, which is under partial genetic control. Although the syndrome would likely interfere with effective training, its detrimental effects usually appear only in development and therefore could account for talent loss only in children who had already exhibited precocity in a domain that requires intense concentration and practice, such as music performance. Whatever the specific instance is, the crucial point is the innate capacities that suppose a talent must indicate include innate incapacities as well, and insofar as the latter may require years to unfold, the longitudinal changes of the talent potential are not confined to the positive monotonic trend. Possible age dependence of a youth's optimal talent domain. Among the valuable implications of the talent differences model is that talent evident in a given domain is heterogeneous rather than homogeneous. Two youths may have the overall talent potential without having equivalent scores on the contributing components. When one turns to a longitudinal model, this heterogeneity becomes even more prominent, not only across individuals, but also within the developmental history of a single person. The time-wise heterogeneity results from the fact that even under the very simple linear model of developmental trajectories, there's numerous parameters that may freely vary. The age of onset, the termination, the intercepts and slopes of the linear functions. These may all adopt a wide variety of values. Accordingly, a youth's talent potential is not a stable innate trait, but rather constantly transforming during the maturation process. A teenager will not have the same talent in comparison to a child, nor will an adult necessarily contain the same innate constitution as a teenager. Solely if all the epigenetic parameters are equal across all components, would one anticipate longitudinal stability in talent. Not only may talent be lost, as noted in the previous section, but in addition, one talent may metamorphose into another talent. This developmental event would occur where in general, for it therefore may happen that at a certain age, the talent potential for the second domain exceeds that of the first, for some time greater than a certain value. At this crossover age, the developing youth can best optimize continued growth by switching domains. This is actually a fairly commonplace development event. In music, for example, an instrumentalist may switch to composition, or a would-be composer may become a conductor or a teacher. Specific illustrations are found among the child prodigies studied by Feldman and Goldsmith, only one of whom displayed any talent stability. Presumably, in many of these instances, the individuals are still following their talents, but because talent development is a dynamic rather than static process, the optimal talent domain may transfer with maturation. Increased obstacles in the prediction of talent. I've already pointed out that how the cross-sectional heterogeneity of the individual difference model must render it far more difficult to predict talent. The allowable diversity of component profiles within the same talent domain lowers the potential utility of various predictor variables. Now that I've replaced the static conception of talent growth with a more dynamic viewpoint, the difficulties confronting prediction become all the more paramount. According to an epigenic model, talent is not a fixed quantity endowed at birth in some performative fashion. On the contrary, talent may bloom early or late. Talent may come and go both absolutely and relatively. Not only may the composition of a given talent change as a person ages, but the optimal talent domain may change as well. Hence, the developmental pathway that talents may follow in the pursuit of their innate potential are incredibly varied. Moreover, as the talent domain becomes more complex, the available developmental routes to any given talent or lack of talent become almost infinite. Only in the case of monozygotic twins who inherit identical epigenetic programs would one ever predict equivalent developmental trajectories in the emergence of a given talent. Conceptual elaboration. Second. So 1 second. Okay, sorry, one minute. I'll be back in 1 minute to finish this. Okay, sorry, actually, Rabbi Feldman from Notori Karta might need a ride to the airport, and I told him I would do it if he can't arrange it. Okay, sorry about the break there. We got a few people watching. This is extremely interesting to me, very complex. And think of this multifactorial approach, and it could get even more complex. We're talking about multiple factors that change over time, and multiple factors that change over time that interact with the environment. And you could have multiple factors that change over time that also their weight of importance changes over time. So just thinking how complex expertise and talent development is. And also sometimes you have these factors of like windows of opportunity where certain, like age, like for brain development are very important in an opportunity window of opportunity of a certain time. So let's go on. Conceptual elaboration. In the above presentation, the epigenetic model was deliberately kept as simple as possible. So what happens if certain key simplifying assumptions are removed? To address this issue, I examined three matters: the ratio scaling of the talent components, the postulate of uncorrelated components, and the integrative and K components using a multiplicative rather than an additive function. The original weighted multiplicative model operated under the assumption that each innate trait could be assessed along a ratio scale, and this feature that provides a true 0 point then enables the inference that there can exist the literal absence of talent in a particular child. Although this assumption may seem arbitrary, it can be argued that it enjoys plausibility from the standpoint of genetics. Essentially, the model is assuming that all components are qualitative traits that are inherited under a polygenic additive process. For example, a given trait may be based on a dozen genes, each inherited independently and each making roughly equal contributions to the expression of the trait. Children who inherit all dozen genes have the maximum score on the innate attribute, whereas those who inherit not one of the genes will fail to exhibit the corresponding trait in even the smallest degree. The genetic plausibility notwithstanding, I can relax this assumption various ways without affecting the central implications of the model. Consider the following two complications. Some of the components may be qualitative traits that are either present or absent. Such discrete attributes are usually decided by a single gene. The corresponding components could then have only 0, 1 values. Because these traits will still possess the possibility of 0 values, they would still exert veto power over the development of talents in which these components participate. The sole major change in the model would be that people who possess such traits would not display variation among themselves on the all or nothing components. Thus, the discrete traits could not enter into multiplicative trade-off relationships with other traits, but as long as there exist two or more truly qualitative components, the implications of the model still stand. Some of the components may be quantitative, but without a true 0 points. A clear-cut example is intelligence. Although a child with a hypothetical 0 IQ would certainly not have any chance of becoming a great mathematician or championship golfer, that claim must be considered trivial. Most discussion of talent development operates under the implicit assumption that one is dealing with children who are intelligent enough to acquire skills and pursue careers. One way of handling the second complication is to simply assert that some components may always have values greater than 0. Such components would not be able to exert veto power over the manifestation of a talent, but they would still figure prominently in a trade-off relationship with the multiplicative model, and they would still yield the skewed distribution of talents. Hence, as long as there yet remains other 0-valued discrete or qualitative traits, the derived implication remains unchanged. Another possible solution is to posit that certain components operate by means of specific threshold functions. To illustrate, one formal model predicted that the probability of exerting leadership over group members becomes non-zero only when the leader's intelligence exceeds that of the average group member. Thus, even though intelligence may have non-zero minimum, the operation of a threshold means that contribution of intelligence to leadership ceases below a certain level, in effect providing a 0 point. To be specific, suppose that the first component is general intelligence. Then let theta represent the minimal level of Spearman's G required to achieve exceptional performance in a domain. whatever would be equivalent to, say, IQ save 100, then the component would be defined as follows, where G is the ith person's innate general intelligence. Under equation 6, the first component would constitute a ratio scale. It is interesting that empirical research on creativity has also suggested that existence of threshold that define the minimum intelligence required for the demonstration of creative behavior. So threshold function may mediate the participation of many components in the multiplicative definition of many talents, as evident in equation 6. However, components that operated by means of such mechanisms would have consequences indistinguishable from those obtained by the postulated ratio skills. Probably many genuine talents are a mixture of a great many different component types. Some components may be qualitative and thus have the capacity to veto the expression of talent without ever having the capacity to participate in multiplicative trade-offs. Other components would be qualitative, but without a true 0 point, and hence can enter into trade-offs without exerting any veto power. Still, other components such as simple polygenetic additive ratio scales on the more complex threshold functions will have both veto and trade-off functions. Such a rich soup of innate traits would nevertheless produce the same implications derived from the simple versions of the Emergenic model. Component correlations. Another assumption concerns the relationship among the components. To avoid cluttering the discussion, the K components were said to be uncorrelated. This would be the expected outcome in the classic Mendelian situation where none of the components shared any genes and all relevant genes underwent random assortment during reproduction. If this postulate still seems too restrictive, it is easy to make a methodological adjustment. For instance, it would be that there are actually exist M correlated variables that underlie a given talent where M is greater than K. One can then use this principal components analysis to reduce these M variables to K orthogonal components. During the individual difference in longitudinal models may then proceed as before. Even if this maneuver is considered as a mere methodological ledger domain, the repercussions of correlated components are by no means severe. All the central inferences drawn from the models would persist with minimal, if any, modification. Indeed, in many important instances, the conclusions become accentuated. For instances, well-known psychometric property of additive models that the variance of linear composite increases at the correlation among the item increase. This variance increases is even more conspicuous in multiplicative models, and hence the expected cross-sectional distribution of potential talent would become even more skewed. Probably the only major qualification introduced by the intrusion of correlated components concerns the heterogeneity of the talent profiles. If the intercorrelations are extremely large, there will be little latitude for trade-off relationships among the components because the traits will be strongly constrained to covary. Yet if the components really did correlate highly enough to severely constrain individual differences in the trait profile, one would then have to question whether the components represent distinct entities in the first place. Rather, the components likely hold many genes in common. The true component count would accordingly be some number less than the nominal K. The necessity of performing a principal component analysis might then become paramount. Multiplicative functions. Equations 1 and 2 incorporate a critical mathematical feature. The components combine through multiplication rather than through addition. It is this facet of the model that gives the ratio scaled components their veto power, rendering each of the sine qua non of the talent development. Although I justified this mathematical assumption in the theory of emergenesis, I ought to inquire what would happen if one relaxed this requirement. Consider the following more inclusive equation where A and B are greater than 0. Note that thus far I have been working with the special case of equation 7, in which A equals 1 and B equals 0 for all J. Such constitutes our pure multiplicative model. On the other hand, the pure additive model is given by the parameters A equals 0 and B is greater than 0 for the K components. When B equals 1 for all J, in fact, one obtains a linear model that generates the scores of the Monte Carlo simulation in Table 3. Nonetheless, mixed models are also conceivable. Suppose, for example, that A equals B equals 1 for all J. Then both multiplicative and additive components will help determine the youth's talent potential. However, because the product of the K variables would exhibit far more variance than the sum of those same variables, the multiplicative contributions will greatly dominate the outcome. The dominance can be easily inferred from the results reported in Table 3. Thus, for K equals 10, the variance of the multiplicative composite exceeds that of the additive composite by a factor of 10 to the fifth. Accordingly, the positively skewed leptokurtic distribution would still characterize the expected cross-sectional distribution of talent. In general, the larger is K, the more elitist will be the distribution, even under an equally weighted mixed model. Furthermore, to the extent that the multiplicative term monopolizes the total variance in talent potential, one would still predict the low familiar heritability of talent, the reduced predictability of talent, and other critical ramifications of the emergent model. Indeed, in one instance, the consequence would become more severe because equation 7 combines the nonlinear multiplicative term with a linear additive term. The statistical prediction of potential talent would be rendered far more problematic. The equation could not be made linear by an additive by means of any straightforward multiplication. In any case, the magnitude of a single A relative to the several B's would have to be extremely small to invalidate the consequential derivation. The only noteworthy contrast with previous deductions would be that the very rare, if not impossible, for P potential equals 0 for any individual. Although the multiplicative term always equals 0 when only one component is 0, the additive term equals 0 only if all the components equal 0, very rare circumstances demonstrated in Table 3. Nevertheless, the amount of talent potential individually contributed by the additive components would remain so small relative to contributed by their collective multiplication that persons at the bottom of the talent distribution would, for all practical purposes, exhibit no potential. Their talent would be so minuscule as to be effectively imperceptible. It should be apparent that the parameters A and B, like K, may vary from one talent domain to another. Hence, besides differentiating domains according to complexity, one can also distinguish them according to the degree to which they would display the properties predicting the multiplicative function. There might even exist talent domains in which the additive model is perfectly appropriate, obviating the key term concerns raised by the emergent model. This possibility has interesting implications for how researchers should best investigate domain contrast in the operation of talent, and shall become apparent in the next section. Empirical evaluation. So far, the emphasis has been on demonstrating how talent might possibly function and develop in a manner much more complicated than is commonly assumed. The goal was a theoretical rather than empirical, yet the scientific value of the emergent epigenic model must ultimately depend on how well it fits with the relevant data. No doubt a comprehensive empirical assessment would require a considerable amount of research. The model may be fertile enough to provide the basis for several long-term research programs, probably even one whole career per major talent domain. Fortunately, there already exists published results that lend empirical support to the model. After reviewing that empirical literature, I discussed what steps must be taken in the future research to establish the scope and limits of the model's explanatory power. Current evidence. The literature accumulated on the individual differences, behavior, genetics, and exceptional performance is already sufficiently rich to permit a strong a priori case for the operation of innate capacities in at least some talent domains. Not only do human beings vary tremendously on a vast number of cognitive capacities, motivations, personality traits, interests, and values, but in addition, a large portion of these individual difference variables feature respectable heritability coefficients. Even rather complex characteristics have genetic underpinnings, including political attitudes and musical taste, the amount of time devoted to watching television, job satisfaction and values, dispositional empathy, and religious interest and attitudes. These recent findings emerged from highly sophisticated research programs that applied state-of-the-art statistical techniques to both adoption and twin data, including genetically unrelated children raised together and monozygotic twins reared apart. At the same time, there exists an ample inventory of cognitive, motivational, and dispositional characteristics that differentiate people who attain exceptional levels of performance from those who fail to do so. Accordingly, the minimal requirement for the existence of a bona fide talent is that there be some overlap between the list of inherited traits and the list of predictor variables. In other words, if a given variable displays a respectable validity coefficient in predicting exceptional performance, and if the same variable has a respectable heritability coefficient, then a prima facie case has been made for that variable constituting a talent component according to the model. Instances of such overlap abound for both dispositional and intellectual traits. Perhaps the most obvious example is general intelligence, or Spearman's G. This attribute features one of the largest heritable coefficients of all psychological traits and the qualitative trait loci associated with the gifted level IQ that are now being successfully located in the human chromosome. At the same time, general intelligence is indubitably the individual difference factor most consistently associated with the ability to acquire expertise on complex subjects and the capacity to display high-level performance in such domains as creativity and leadership. Similar linkages can be found in other psychometric variables such as tests of special abilities, interest values, and personality. For example, the instruments that have been used to establish the personality profiles for achievers in major talent domains have also been shown to have significant heritabilities for most of the subskills defining the profiles. In general, it would be probably be the exception rather than the rule to find an established correlative of attainment in some talent domain that does not feature a non-trivial genetic substrate. To be sure, neither heritability nor the validity coefficients are so high that one would expect that genetic endowment would account for a large proportion of the variance in performance. Any single trait might at most account for 1 to 2% of the observed individual differences. Even so, the admission is not tantamount to the assertion that these innate abilities and dispositions can be ignored. On the contrary, the following two extenuating factors must be recognized. Genetic endowment may not have to have a substantial effect size for it to have important consequences. Not only can relatively small effects have impressive practical repercussions, but in addition, even momentary trivial influences can have major results, and the effects are cumulative over a long period of time. It is conceivable that talent development constitutes just such a cumulative process in which any small genetic advantage amplifies over the lifespan to hefty individual differences. The individual characteristics are not what are crucial, but rather their multiplicative combination. To the degree that a talent domain is multidimensional and multiplicative, the validity coefficient of any single component will be unattenuated. This was made clear by the earlier Monte Carlo simulation. The impact of the innate factor must be correspondingly determined by the emergenic whole rather than the isolated parts. As a consequence, the R squared for the entire multiplicative prediction may be quite convincing, even when the single components have relatively small associations with talent criteria. Of course, the second extenuating circumstance assumes that emergenic inheritance can indeed take place, and so it is the research on this point that I must turn now. Emergenic inheritance. Although non-additive inheritance may be relatively uncommon for simple human attributes, it can equal and even surpass that attributable to additive inheritance if the characteristics are more complex. It is significant that there already exists sufficient evidence that many talents may be included in the inventory of complex attributes. Take the case of social potencies, namely the self-perceived ability to influence, lead, or dominate others. Monozygotic twins, whether reared apart or together, closely match on this trait, yet dizygotic twins are no more alike than any two people selected randomly for their population. Lycan noted that this characteristic is thus more than just polygenetic. It may also require all the corresponding genes to participate if the trait is to appear at all. If particular social potency probably depends on some configuration of attractiveness, self-confidence, assertiveness, dominance, whatever the ingredients are of charisma. If one component is lacking, social potency cannot emerge as a character trait. Consequently, although dizygotic twins correlate only 0.07 on this trait, monozygotic twins correlate 0.67 even when reared apart. Comparative results were found by Gongerstead and Simpson with respect to the closely related dimension of expressive control, the genetic proportion of the self-monitoring inclination. This factor contains such socially valuable skills as an individual's ability to impress and entertain people, to engage effectively in role-playing, improvisational acting, to mimic other persons and to practice deception successfully, to lie with a straight face while looking someone in the face. Monozygotic twins correlate 0.76 on this trait, whereas dizygotic twins correlate only 0.16. Because both social potency and expressive controls are associated with the effective leadership, these findings suggest that there exists an emergenic basis for the talents in this domain. Expressive control would also seem a requisite for exceptional performance in entertainment fields. Research has even been found convincing evidence that creative talent may be an emergent trait using the creative personality scale that has been previously validated on more than 1,700 participants, including emergent architects, mathematicians, research scientists, and other notable creators. Waller obtained an impressive interclass correlation of 0.4 for monozygotic twins reared apart. This corresponding correlation for dizygotic twins also reared apart was only negative 0.06, which is not statistically different from zero. This outcome suggests that more than 24 descriptors that define the scale must form a unified configuration for creative behavior to appear. These essential components evidently include such diverse cognitive and dispositional characteristics as intelligence, insightfulness, reflectiveness, originality, inventiveness, wide interest, resourcefulness, self-confidence, unconventionality, and individualism. Finally, I should mention an investigation that found comparable results from self-assessed interest in art and crafts. The interclass correlates were in this case 0.63 for monozygotic and 0.07 for dizygotic. Hence, any talent domain in which either creativity or leadership is an essential ingredient would probably feature some proportion of emergenic origins. The foregoing studies provide direct support for the emergenic model, yet indirect support also deserves mention. One of the expectations derived from any multiplicative model is that the cross-sectional distributions of the final scores should be highly skewed. Thus, individual differences should be described by log normal distributions in all domains involving the performance of complex tasks. The prominence of such distributions is empirically incontrovertible. In fact, multiplicative models were first introduced decades ago precisely to explain the distinctive cross-sectional distributions in income and creativity productivity. Both money earning power and the output of creative products exhibit extremely asymmetric distributions, with a small percentage of the population claiming the bulk of the material or intellectual wealth. To the extent that the disparities reflect underlying differences in entrepreneurial and creative talent, these empirical distributions may be said to lend support to the emergent model. Indeed, virtually all domains that feature exceptional performance are also characterized by the same positivity, skewed cross-sectional distribution. Normal distributions may be the exception rather than the rule in any complex talent domain. Although such consistent patterns do not prove that the underlying causal basis is emergenic, they do not imply that whatever the participating factors may be, they must be combined in a non-additive fashion. Furthermore, one mathematical analysis of longitudinal changes in the highly skewed distribution of scientific output found that these individual differences could be projected back to age 0, implying that there exists substantial inequalities at birth. Obviously, these residual inequalities may represent cross-sectional variation in whatever the components are that constitute scientific talent. When this indirect support is combined with the direct support from emergenic inheritance, a core assumption of the theoretical model can be said to enjoy reasonable empirical plausibility. Epigenetic growth. I've concentrated on the evidence supporting the emergenic proportion of the two-part model. The emphasis ensued from the fact that this part may be more controversial of the two. Nevertheless, ample evidence also exists on behalf of the model's epigenetic segment. Some of the pertinent data were already cited earlier when I mentioned the research on the asynchronous developmental trajectories of savants and child prodigies. General inquiries into behavior genetics provides the following two additional findings. Just because a trait claims a genetic foundation does not automatically mean that the trait appears all at once. On the contrary, many characteristics, even if under demonstrable genetic control, takes years, even decades to emerge. As an example, intelligence undergoes multiple changes from childhood through adulthood, as various participating genes become activated during the course of the intellectual development. As a curious consequence of this epigenetic progression, the heritability of IQ actually increases across the lifespan, even during the adult years when environmental influences would presumably be maximized. This principle extends to many other individual difference variables as well, albeit to varying degrees. It is for this reason that identical twins reared in separate homes tend to become more similar with age, whereas unrelated individuals reared in the same home tend to become more different as they grow older. The epigenetic programs that govern the development of the trait are not necessarily the haphazard repercussions of the influx of environmental events that impinge on the individual's life. On the contrary, behavioral genetics has shown that the differential timing of developmental events can often have a genetic component. Specifically, monozygotic twins, in contrast to dizygotic twins, often exhibit highly synchronized onsets, lags, and spurts from both physical and mental growths. For instance, one study found that the synchronies observed from infancy to adolescence averaged around 0.9 for monozygotic twins, but only around 0.5 for dizygotic twins. This contrast implies that a significant portion of the development trajectories is driven by endogenous rather than exogenous factors. Thus, genetic endowment can help determine individual differences, not only in the final manifestation of an attribute, but also in the developmental trajectory by which that attribute emerged. These results demonstrate that the epigenetic portion of the model is indeed empirically credible. Future research. The foregoing review has shown that the current two-part model of talent already enjoys appreciable factorable plausibility. Even so, considerable more research must be constructed before psychologists can estimate the model's explanatory utility and power. Happily, the model has several explicit implications regarding how research should be conducted to assess the model's scientific merit. These fall under four categories: familial inheritance, cross-sectional variation, longitudinal change, and domain contrast. Familial inheritance. Much more research is necessary on the predicted low familial inheritance of talent. One seemingly straightforward way of accomplishing this task is to use Galton's pedigree method to determine the extent to which talent runs in family lines. Nonetheless, this approach is far from ideal because it is virtually impossible to separate the relative influences of nature and nurture. For example, there is abundant evidence that exceptional performance can be nurtured by role modeling and mentoring, and that such social learning can be effectively carried out by parents who have interest and expertise in the talent domains. Only after these environmental influences are completely stripped away would researchers obtain a more secure estimate of the degree of familial inheritance. At present, there exists no acceptable method of making such a correction. Consequently, a more powerful approach is to scrutinize samples of twins, the method that inspired the concept of emergenesis in the first place. In particular, researchers need to identify the intellectual and dispositional characteristics that exhibit high interclass correlations for monozygotic twins, but negligible or zero interclass correlations for dizygotic twins. If those are also personal attributes that are associated with exceptional performance in a recognized talent domain, then there may be added to the inventory of emergenic effects. Better yet, it would be especially powerful to apply the statistical criterion to actual performance measures, as Kuhn and Carey attempted to do in the case of musical ability. This method may be much more difficult to execute, but it has the obvious advantage of attacking the question most directly. Incidentally, it is sometimes erroneously inferred that emergenic inheritance applies that identical twins would be disproportionately represented among individuals who have attained distinction within a talent domain, but emergenesis solely predicts that monozygotic twins would display nearly identical innate capacity. This process does not require that the capacities be higher than those of dizygotic twins or regular siblings. Indeed, because twins often suffer from lowered birth weights, intelligence, and other liabilities, twins of any kind may, if anything, be underrepresented in the population of individuals who have attained distinction within a talent domain. In any case, twin frequencies alone are not informative one way or the other with respect to the emergenic hypothesis. Cross-sectional variation. According to the multiplicative model, talent should be characteristically skewed right distributions in the total population. As mentioned earlier, there are already ample data showing that performance in a great many talent domains is characterized by log normal cross-sectional distributions. Even so, these results apply to the phenotypic manifestation of accomplishment within a domain, whereas the model deals with the form of the variation, the underlying genotypes. As a consequence, to make a more convincing case on behalf of the model requires that the cross-sectional distributions be estimated after controlling for environmental effects, especially for individual differences in deliberate practice. There are basically two main ways of accomplishing this methodological desideratum: longitudinal studies in which the effects of nurture are systematically measured or experimentally manipulated during the course of the development, and retrospective studies in which the effects of nurture are assessed through questionnaires and interviews and then partialed out by means of multiple regressions or analysis of covariance. Although the first option is by far the best, most research on talent development uses the latter strategy. In any case, the current model predicts that once all due adjustment is made for differential environmental influences, the cross-sectional distribution should still display positive skew and kurtosis. For example, if assessed performance in a given talent domain were regressed onto all pertinent environmental influences, including the amount of deliberate practice, the residual scores or prediction errors that result should still exhibit a log normal distribution. Three methodological precautions are in order about this distinctive prediction. The suggested test is probably conservative in the sense that it may be biased against the talent hypothesis to the extent that the level of deliberate practice is itself a function of innate factors such as interest, persistence, and energy or endurance. Then these factors will be incorrectly partialed out. This could be an instance of what is sometimes called statistical over-control. Empirical tests would suffer less from this problem to the extent that the environmental factors are experimentally manipulated rather than merely observed. Depending on the specific talent domain under investigation, the cross-sectional distribution of residualized scores may be distorted by the type of performance scaling. Thus, in gymnastic events where no competitor can score higher than a perfect 10, ceiling effects may restrict the variation in the upper tails. Such scaling properties mean that although skewed residuals would strongly support the emergent model, the absence of expected skew would disprove the model only when it can be clearly shown that the measures are truly unrestricted in the upper levels of performance. Sampling procedures can affect the predicted distribution as well. The model's prediction applies to a representative sample of the human population, yet in many talent domains, the distribution of performance is truncated at the lower end when athletes must first pass certain set qualifying times, heights, distances, or scores before they can enter a given competition. When the investigators are thus unable to investigate the form of the entire distribution, they must focus on the shape of the upper tail. Fortunately, the upper tail of the log number distribution remains empirically distinguishable from the upper tail of the normal distribution. The former approaches the zero asymptote far more slowly. In some domains, it may be possible to obtain reasonably reliable and valid measures of the underlying components as well as the desired performance measures. In such cases, the emergent model can be tested directly by comparing the multiplicative model against the additive model. If the former explains more variance than the latter, then that would provide direct evidence for the present theory, because the supposed innate components would most likely be conceived as latent variables within the covariant structural model, which presupposes linear additive effects in multinormal distributions. Special procedures must be introduced to handle the multiplicative hypothesis. Moreover, a just evaluation of the multiplicative model presumes that the sample in which the tests are made exhibits sufficient variation in the criterion and predicator variables. Variance truncation lowers the observed correlations and thereby undermines the total predictive power. For instance, investigators have often erroneously concluded that the general intelligence has nothing to do with talent whenever the studies were based on highly selected samples. Longitudinal changes. Eventually, talent development will not be truly understood without genuine longitudinal studies that are designed and executed with the current model in mind. Such investigators are necessary to address the following three questions. To what extent does innate capacity account for continuity in the acquisition of expertise in a given talent domain? For example, imagine a longitudinal study of music performance in which precise records are kept of the amount of time spent on lessons and practice. Presumably, for any given level of such training, there will still appear individual differences in the level of skilled performance. Some students will perform much better than would be expected according to the amount of training, whereas others will perform much worse. The next question is whether this cross-sectional variation is stable across time. According to the current theoretical model, one would predict that these differences should display short-term stability but long-term instability during childhood, and both short and long-term stability in adolescence or childhood, where short-term might be measured in weeks and long-term in years. Because of variation in the epigenetic rules for the various talent components, talent should be undergoing a constant transformation in the early years as different components kick in at the different times and grow unequal rates. Only later, when all components have nearly completed their growth trajectories, would a stable talent materialize. Hence arises the model's prediction of a declining contrast between short and long-term stability over the first couple of decades of talent development. How does the cross-sectional distribution change with the age of the given cohort? The model predicts that the variance should increase over time. As ever more components begin their epigenetic emergence, the proportion of youths potentially capable of successfully mastering a talent domain should increase with the cohort age. Indeed, theoretically, this is what provides the basis for late bloomers. Needless to say, the question assumes adequate control for environmental influences. To what extent are the epigenetic programs that govern talent development under genetic control? According to the theory, genetically unrelated individuals will probably display extremely diversified trajectories in the emergence of their talents. There should appear a mix of early and late bloomers with appreciable variation in how the various components of the talent appear and grow. In contrast, monozygotic twins who pursue the same talent domain should exhibit highly similar developmental trajectories in acquisition and mastery. Dizygotic twins may be more like unrelated individuals or more like the monozygotic twins, depending on whether the epigenetic rules are acquired through additive or non-additive inheritance. The preceding question requires a response to use more mainstream quantitative and non-mothetic techniques. Nevertheless, it may also be instructive to perform case studies analysis of those rare instances where monozygotic twins attain distinction in the same domain. The The convergence and divergence in the developmental trajectories may provide insight into the epigenetic foundation of the talent, especially when examined in the context of how genetic capacities unfold over time. Someday it may even be possible to identify genuine instances of monozygotic twins who have been raised apart who still attained high performance levels of the same talent domain. At present, there exists only intriguing but inconclusive anecdotal evidence about how some monozygotic twins have managed to develop rather similar interest in talents even when they are raised apart in distinct home environments. Domain contrast. The preceding statements must be qualified by one last consideration. Talent development may not operate in the same manner across all domains. For instance, because most talents are presumed to consist of multiple components, domains can be differentiated according to the nature of the components that enter into the genotypic mix. In particular, the components may be distinguished along two dimensions. First, components may be either general or specific. That is, some traits such as general intelligence may be pertinent to a vast range of talent domains, whereas other traits such as height may be restricted to domains in which the feature would count as an important asset. Second, some components may function primarily in the acquisition phase, where other components may have the most impact in the performance phase. Examples were given earlier in the article when the concept of talent was first defined. The main point is that talent domains may represent collections of genetic traits that have highly heterogeneous functions. One goal of researchers should be to identify the relevant components for various domains, estimate the weights those components are assigned for those domains, compare those weights with those of other domains, and determine the precise manner in which those components facilitate exceptional performance. An illustration about how this might be done may be drawn from research on creative talent. So far, investigators have accumulated an impressive list of cognitive dispositional characteristics that are associated with creative performance in a diversity of fields. These traits include general intelligence, openness to experience, ego strength, independence, introversion, and a tempered disposition towards mental instability. These same personal attributes all have sizable heritability coefficients. At the same time, researchers have shown how the relative impact of these attributes depends on the specific domain in which the creative behaviors appear. The configuration of inheritable traits that contribute to scientific creativity differs markedly from the traits that contribute to artistic creativity. For example, hence, one set of weights may generate a specific talent, scientific talent, and another set of weights may generate an artistic talent. As an example, general intelligence has a much larger weight for scientists than for artists, whereas mental instability has a much larger weight for artists than for scientists. Finally, research has deciphered some of the specific mechanisms by which these various inheritable factors contribute to creative behavior. A case in point is extensive work carried out on psychoticism, a scale in the Eisenstein personality questionnaire, which is often adopted as a measure of potential mental instability. Psychoticism is associated with a certain distinctive cognitive quirks like latent inhibition and negative priming that bear the close connection with both psychopathological symptoms, elusive and over-inclusive thinking, and creative processes, particularly the capacity to generate many divergent responses and unexpected associations. At the same time, these information processing features have been linked to more basic psychoneurological functioning, such as levels of neurotransmitter dopamine, which then helps to establish the connections between the cognitive processes and the underlying behavior genetics of the trait. Although much more research is clearly necessary to close all the gaps in our knowledge, there is already sufficient reason to conclude that psychoticism may operate primarily during performance rather than acquisition. That is, this innate disposition helps support the cognitive processes required to transform mere mastery of a domain into the capacity to make highly original contributions in that domain. Without this cognitive inclination, even the most impressive expertise may not transform into true creativity. Besides distinguishing the various types of functions of talent components, there is another task that I believe is even more urgent. Researchers should also try to differentiate the diverse types of the domains. According to the equations that define the current model, talent domains can be differentiated along two mostly orthogonal dimensions. The first dimension is the complexity of the domain, since domains consist of relatively few components, whereas other domains consist of relatively many components. The second dimension is whether the integration of these components is more multiplicative or more additive. These two dimensions thereby yield a fourfold typology of domains: simple additive, complex additive, simple multiplicative, and complex multiplicative. Naturally, these four categories represent endpoints in a continuous plane. Not only may the number of components vary as an integer quantity, but in addition, the multiplicative and additive functions may have variable influences, including hybrid multiplicative additive integrations. Nonetheless, it is instructive to examine how these four types of talent would differ according to the Emergenic and Epigenetic model. From the standpoint of future empirical research, perhaps the most useful expected contrasts are shown in Table 4. It should be clear that the four types of highly distinct with respect to the various attributes by which psychologists can describe talent domains. In more detail, these contrasts may be grouped into three categories of inheritance, variation, and development. Inheritance, domains best explicated in terms of the multiplicative model, will show the pattern typical of emergenic inheritance. They will appear high interclass correlations for monozygotic twins, but negligible interclass correlations for dizygotic twins. Family pedigree should be extremely rare, at least once correction is introduced for social learning effects. The more complex the domain, the more extreme these exceptions become. By comparison, domains in which the innate components are integrated by additive functions will display a high degree of family similarity in the relevant talent. Monozygotic twins will be more similar than dizygotic twins and other siblings, but the latter two groups will show much more family resemblance than any two randomly chosen individuals. Thus, the interclass correlations will be respectable for all the categories of siblings, and family pedigrees within the talent domain should be fairly large. Complex and simple domains should differ relatively little in these attributes when the additive model is operative. It is possible that some forms of competitive sports and certain types of music performance may be best described by additive talent models. Kelton identified fairly prominent pedigrees for wrestlers and rowers, but without controlling for environmental factors. Kuhn obtained interclass correlations for musical interest and performance that are most consistent with additive genetic models, at the same time including environmental effects in their analysis. Variation, as repeatedly noted and is demonstrated in the Monte Carlo simulations, talent that operate according to the multiplicative model should display skewed right and leptokurtic distributions and degree of departure from normally corresponding to the complexities of the domain. Along with the degree of skewness come expectations regarding the endpoints of the distributions. Multiplicative talent domains should feature a few individuals with extremely high innate capacities and a very large number of individuals who are, for all practical purposes, untalented in the domain. In contrast, domains that best fit an additive model should feature a distribution that closely approximates the normal distribution. The proportion of persons with no talent whatsoever will be minuscule, especially in complex domains. The best talents in the domain will not be placed at the leading edge of an extremely long upper tail, but rather will be only a few standard deviations above the mean. To illustrate, the ratings of chess players according to the ELO system exhibit a distribution that is positively skewed to a statistically significant degree, and yet the skew is relatively modest in comparison to what is usually seen in many other talent domains. This outcome suggests that chess may involve components that are integrated according to the additive model with only a slight multiplicative contribution at best. Development. Clearly, the more components that define a given talent domain, the more alternative ways that talent may emerge in childhood, adolescence, and adulthood. Hence, simple domains should display relatively few developmental trajectories, whereas complex domains should display proportionately more. But the type of model separates the talent domains in an orthogonal fashion. All other factors held constant, there should appear major differences among domains in the expected age at which the specific talent first begins to make itself felt in the personal development. According to the Epigenic model, the emergence of certain components may begin at variable ages during childhood, adolescence, or even adulthood. For additive models, this longitudinal variability has minimal repercussions. Once any particular component begins to gain strength or influences, then the complicit talent will accordingly launch in upward growth. So if any component begins appearing at age t, the talent itself starts to emerge at age t. Thus, the onset of talent development is contingent on whatever component appears first. The circumstance is very different for a multiplicative model. Talent development does not begin until all essential components have begun their upward trajectory. As a consequence, the onset of development for an emergenic talent is determined by whatever component arises last. The greater the number of components that have the veto power and the more variable the expected onsets of the components, the later talent development will be delayed. It is intriguing, for example, that child prodigies tend to concentrate in a few restricted domains, such as music, mathematics, and chess. Such outcomes imply that these domains may be governed by additive models. perhaps with relatively few essential components. In contrast, it is quite common for great scientists, even Nobel laureates, not to show any special gift for scientific work until their college years. This delayed onset may be part correspond to the multidimensional and perhaps even multiplicative nature of scientific creativity. Taken in comparison, the attributes in Table 4 can help investigators better understand the diverse ways that talent can function in the various domains in which individuals try to attain distinctions. In a sense, the detailed patterns exhibited in the table represent a set of theoretical predictions regarding how talents can be differentiated according to the degree to which they are either multidimensional, multiplicative, or both. Moreover, these distinctive domain features might be usefully supplemented by other clues regarding the nature of talent domain. For instance, it is intriguing to compare these discriminators with the results of the many and varied attempts at computer simulations of human expert performance in intellectual fields. These simulations have been most successful in domains such as mathematics, music, and chess. Indeed, in the last talent domain, a computer system has actually attained levels of performance that surpass the most proficient human beings. Other computer simulations, such as those attempting to reproduce literary creativity, have been far less accomplished. These differences are roughly consistent with the patterns observed in these domains according to the fourfold typology, including the precocity of developmental most often seen. In general, intellectual domains that are simple and additive may be the most easily simulated by computers. By the same token, it seems likely that cognitive domains that have the complex multiplicative features will be the last to witness computer simulations that are competitive with human world-class performance. Finally, nothing prevents us from combining the fourfold typology described in Table 4 with the previous specification of how domains may vary according to the types of components that define a talent domain. Thus, two domains may be equally multiplicative and complex, but still differ according to whether their respective components are mostly general or specific, or whether their components function primarily during acquisition or performance. Whether all 16 distinct pure types are possible is an empirical issue, but at least it is safe to conclude that the model is rich enough to differentiate the myriads of ways that talent might actually emerge and operate in the real world. Given the tremendous variety of alternative paths to the demonstration of talent, investigators must take immense care not to impose the same methodological strategy in all domains, an approach that might be right on target in one domain and may be horribly off the mark on another. The sole aim of this article was to indicate how talent may operate in a far more elaborate manner than commonly assumed by most researchers, at least in a significant subset of achievement domains. Talent may be multidimensional, multiplicative, and dynamic rather than unidimensional, additive, or static. Still, the purpose of the article was definitely not to exalt genes over the environment as the primary agent behind exceptional performance in games, sports, science, and the arts. On the contrary, it is extremely likely that environmental factors, including deliberate practice, account for far more variance in performance than does innate capacity in every salient talent domain. Even so, psychology must endeavor to identify all the significant causal factors behind exceptional performance rather than merely rest content with whatever factor happens to account for the most variance. Accordingly, psychologists should give up the concept of talent as a scientifically impartial evaluation. Such an assessment demands that investigators make due allowance for the potential niceties of the phenomenon. In the absence of such methodological and theoretical provision, psychologists may prematurely reject the hypothesis that innate capacities may indeed provide a partial foundation for exceptional performance in at least some talent domains. But the matter must not rest here. A complete picture of the talent and its developmental demands that the effects of nature be integrated with the effects of nurture. Behavioral genetics now takes great care to distinguish between various kinds of genetic, additive and non-additive, environmental, shared and non-shared effects. So research on development and talent domains must certainly do the same. However, such partitionings of the variance may eventually have to recognize that nurture may also function by complex non-additive factors such as have been demonstrated for social learning effects. If the genes are to be given more explanatory power by allowing departures from the additive and linear functions, then certainly the same opportunity must be allowed for environmental factors. Complicating matters even more is the need to decipher the convoluted ways that nature and nurture may interact during the course of individual development. For example, complete models may eventually have to include both genetic and environmental factors in a single multiplicative function, as was proposed by Eysenck's 1995 recent theory of how creativity as trait becomes creativity as achievement. More critically, the environment probably determines how the genotype is converted into phenotype through non-additive synergistic processes as detailed in the bioecological model of development proposed by Bronfenbrenner and Ceci. At the same time, it's not unlikely that the genotype can at times exert an influence over the environment in which youth develops, as frequently argued by behavior genetics and is suggested in some studies of highly gifted children. In fact, according to Darwinian models of talent development, an individual potential becomes actualized through the evolutionary interaction of innate capacities and ecological niches available in family, school, and workplace. In a nutshell, the debate over the place of talent in exceptional performance must be intimately and irrevocably embedded in the broader empirical and theoretical literature on the interplay of genes and environment in the determination of human behavior. It must be remembered that the terms nature and nurture were first introduced by Galton in 1874 in the specific context of a debate over which influence contributed the most to talent development. As Galton recognized over a century ago, talent provides a critical research site for addressing one of the biggest enigmas in the behavioral sciences, because this question is practically important as it is theoretically significant, and impartial and sophisticated assessment becomes all the more imperative. Okay, so haven't seen any activity in the chat. A handful of people watching. I think I'm going to have to wrap up here early because I might be taking Rabbi Feldman to the airport very early tomorrow morning. We'll see if he needs it. So this would probably take that was really long. This one's like 35 pages and would probably take like 2.5 hours to read. So I almost want to do it now, but I don't think I have it in me, and I'm not sure exactly if Rabbi Feldman's going to need a ride to the airport, which I offered to do. So I'm going to wrap up early. Next week, we will read through Rethinking Giftedness and Gifted Education, a proposed direction forward based on psychological science. Thought that last article was extremely interesting. If you notice on chess.com, I started in the league, and as you see, I got first place. I went all the way through the divisions to the top division of the legend division, and last week Doooovid won the legend division. So Doooovid, been playing a lot of chess on chess.com to kind of get my mostly 1 minute bullet, because time is short. So just trying to sharpen my mind a little bit. So I'm going to wrap up and wish everyone a good week. I have my series on pragmatism coming up. We're going to be talking William James, John Dewey, Charles Sanders Peirce, the fathers of American pragmatism, and we'll also look at George Herbert Mead and Richard Rorty. But that's very unlikely to be this week, so it'll probably be next week. So with that, God bless. Signing off. Hope everyone has a good week. We'll see you next week, and reach out on social media and see what happens. God forbid the disaster in Israel. We'll keep on talking about that and continue with the research. So God bless everyone. Have a great week.